Diane?
Right.
Okay.
Tony, your sound is better tonight than it was Monday night.
That's good. I have a stronger voice tonight.
I was having a hard time hearing you.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
We'll speak up.
He needs to close the curtains behind his head.
And I took the beans out of my ears.
Am I on? Hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to mute myself.
Oh, you want to say something?
It's 5 o'clock.
I'll call this meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board of Directors to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Director Trembly? Director Trembly? Is he muted? Director Trembly? Doesn't seem to hear. Director Santangelo?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're muted.
Okay. Director Trembly?
I can't hear Jeffrey if she's calling the roll.
Director Trembly?
Here.
Director Santangelo?
Here.
Director Molche?
Present.
Secretary Kildee?
Here.
Chair Craven?
Here. The flag salute, Mayor Trembly, would you lead us in the flag salute, please?
Certainly. Would you please stand and salute our flag? I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
Are we unmuted? There are no public comments.
No public comments. Okay. That brings us to the consent calendar. Move the approval.
A second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar.
Madam Chair, I did have a this question on item C as in Charlie.
Sure.
May I go ahead and ask that at this point?
Yes, please.
And this is a question for Mr. Klotzle. This is on the diesel fuel tank maintenance services on solicitation of bids. Is staff planning to have an escape clause in that contract if the city ultimately goes to standby battery power for those facilities?
Yes, we can make sure the contract includes that information, or that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question as well.
Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, probably for Mr. Klotzle. It's actually on discussion item B, as in boy. And my question is how, whether or not this can be delayed or not, or is it something that has to be done at this particular time?
So this was item B as in boy, right?
Yes, it is.
Yes, so this is to go through a solicitation process to have a contractor on board for painting and application of protective coatings. That is a need throughout the year that may come up that we need to address at the treatment plant or at the pump stations. So this is items of work that we know are likely to occur in the next years, and we need to have a contract in place to do this.
So it's important then.
Yes. Yeah, for the maintenance of the sanitary district facilities.
That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Could the clerk please call the roll for the vote?
Director Trembly? Am I muted?
Yes.
Director Santangelo?
Yes.
Director Mulchay?
Yes.
Director Kildee?
Yes.
Chair Craven?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Comments from staff? Are there any comments from staff? Speaker.
No comments.
Okay, comments from board members?
I don't have any.
Okay, I will say that we are getting a lot of good information from the CASA federal legislative lobbyist, and I'm passing that all along to staff. Any other comments from board members?
I don't know what was wrong.
Pardon? If not, we will recess to 7:30 when we will be joined with the City Council in reviewing the capital improvement program. With that, the meeting is recessed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll call to order the Camarillo Successor Agency meeting, special meeting for Wednesday, April 22, 2020. Let the record reflect that all members are present. Are there any amendments to the agenda?
No amendments to this agenda.
All right, Madam Clerk, are there any public comments?
No public comments.
All right, do I hear a motion on the consent calendar?
I'll move to approve. A second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Trembly?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. There are no items from legal counsel. Any comments from staff? Any comments from board members? All right, I'm going to go ahead and recess this meeting of the Successor Agency to 7:30 p.m. Pending the review of the proposed capital improvement program. And with that, I will go ahead and call this regular meeting of the Camarillo City Council for Wednesday, April 22, 2020 to order, as well as the special meeting for this date to order. Let the record reflect that all council members are present. Mr. Clifford, I have one amendment that I'm aware of on the agenda, and that is members with respect to items 14A and B. And on 14A, which is our 6:30 matters pertaining to COVID-19, we're going to hear item 14B first, insofar as it pertains specifically to city investments. And then we're going to go back to item 14A, and then we will resume with the rest of item 14B. Mr. Clifford, have I described that adequately?
That's correct, and that's the only amendment we're suggesting.
Okay. All right. Hearing no objections and nothing further with respect to amendments to the agenda, we have no presentations. That moves us to consent calendar.
Move the approval.
Second. Withdraw.
Well, I was going to call in favor of you, tied to the runner on that one, Mr. Kildee, but we have a motion by Mrs. Craven, and I believe a second by our Vice Mayor. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo,
Yes.
Mayor Trembly.
Yes.
That
I
motion
was going to
carries.
observe that it really helped refereeing soccer all those years. Okay. Let's see. We have no items from items 4 through 11. We are going to, and let me also indicate this for benefit of the public. It is now about 5:10. The council will go into closed session, and Mr. Pierik, I will ask you to make that announcement in just a minute. We will go into closed session in just a minute or two. We are going to then reconvene in council chambers at 6:30 p.m. to listen to items 14 on COVID-19 with those amendments that I just articulated a minute or two ago. We will, as in past meetings, get all the way up close to 7:30, but then we will stop our COVID-19 related items matters, and at 7:30 p.m. we will go into the 7:30 p.m. calendar. We'll take public comments. We have one public hearing, and then we also have a review of the capital improvement program for fiscal years 2020-2025 with the Sanitary District, the Successor Agency, and the Planning Commission. After we finish that 7:30 p.m. calendar, we'll then go back to our 6:30 p.m. calendar. Anybody have any questions? I covered a lot of ground in a very short time. All right. Hearing no objection, we will adjourn into closed session pending announcement by Mr. Pierik. Mr. Pierik, can you provide us with the appropriate closed session information?
Yes, we're going to have, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to have 3 closed sessions under the regular calendar agenda, and that would be a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. A number of cases is 1. And there's a public employment item under Government Code Section 54954B1. The title is City Manager. And then also a conference with labor negotiators, the authorities, Government Code Section 54957.6. Designated representative is the city manager. The unrepresented employee is the interim city manager. And then I need to ask, Mayor, did you open the special meeting?
Yes, I went ahead and opened the special meeting, Mr. Pierik, but one thing I neglected to mention, we're going to recess out of this meeting. My understanding is that we are going to leave this Zoom meeting entirely, and Madam Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're going to leave this Zoom meeting entirely, and then we will be going into a different Zoom meeting for which I believe we have all of the information.
Yes. Okay. On the closed session for the special meeting, we have one item, which is a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. Number of cases is 1. I should mention that council members Mulchay and Craven will not be participating in that closed session item. That's pursuant to the rule of necessity that we used at our meeting on March 25th of 2020 to select the 3 council members who would participate on that item, which addresses the eviction order number 20-2. And while I've got the floor, I should mention, if John Thomas is there, that I did a test on the call-in number, John, and it wouldn't let me in. And I know that we've got special counsel calling in on the closed session for the regular meeting, and want to make sure that she's able to get through. So hopefully you've got that information. If you don't, come and see me. I'm in my office.
Okay.
So as I understand it at this time, and Jeffrey or John, interrupt me if I'm wrong, we're all going to exit this meeting and go utilize our separate information to dial into the separate Zoom meeting, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, very well. Thank you. We'll go ahead and recess at this time.
sharing. Window shares closed. Oops. Oops, oops, oops. Now we're broadcasting, Tori. There we go. No, that's not what I want to do. I want to go to here. Okay.
Haven't seen you in a while.
I know. Good to be in touch with you guys.
Close that one out.
We have this thing that tells you to.
So we're in a minute. I'm going to go ahead and cancel that. Cancel the spotlight. Did you cancel the spotlight?
Yeah.
It's still in the background.
Not spotlighted. Well, that's just, I guess, because the sound comes through.
Are we unmuted?
We're not, shall we?
We're in. Okay, we're good.
It's 6:30.
We have all the council members back. I think we're waiting for Mr. Clifford and Mr. Pierik. Do we have the city clerk? No, we got Mr. Clifford. Okay.
I'm here.
City attorney's here.
And I think we have everybody who we need at this point. All right. We're going to go ahead and reconvene at this time for our 6:30 p.m. calendar. And as I understand it, we're first going to, this is on our local emergency COVID-19 items. And again, for the benefit of the public who is just tuning in now, we will cover COVID-19 items between 6:30 to 7:30. At 7:30, we're going to switch and go to other items on that are a time certain on the agenda, including a public hearing, and then come back to finish out the COVID-19 items. My understanding is we're on item 14. We're first going to hear a presentation under item 14B on city investments. We're then going to move to a hearing on item 14, or considering of an urgency ordinance on item 14A, and then we're going to do the rest of item 14B. Mr. Clifford, have I got that right?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, great. So if we could go to item 14B, city investments, please.
Yes, I'll be introducing two consultants. First of all, thank you for shifting the item so to accommodate the two consultants we have. At the last meeting, Council requested some update on our investments and our investment status in light of this COVID emergency. So we asked for the assistance of two of our consultants to talk a little bit about the investment climate we're in right now. First off, we'll have Jason Schmidt from Chandler Asset Management, who helps us with the city's portfolio. And then we also have Tori Milazzo from Highmark Capital, who will follow him to discuss specifically the PARS trusts, which we have two, the OPEB and the Pension Rate Stabilization Trust. So I will turn it over now to Jason Schmidt from Chandler Asset Management.
Thank you.
Great.
Welcome, Jason.
Good to see you all this evening. So I'm going to do about 10 minutes and talk a little bit about the highlights. So I'm going to go to the presentation. I'm going to start off on page 3.
Is that this one?
I'm hoping everybody has that.
This is only
2 pages.
2 pages.
Actually, I do not have it.
Is this, I don't know.
The first graph.
The first graph. Okay.
I do not have it either.
Jason, we're going to be putting up the first graph of the S&P.
Okay. Follow along that way.
If you could put it up on the board, that would be helpful.
We're working on it.
Up on.
Okay, Jason, so now the group is looking at the S&P 500 index historical graph.
Perfect. I can see that now. And so what I really wanted to talk about is a little bit about what's going on in the economy, how that affects the investments of the operating reserve, and then also about markets in general. So my comments really are is we're in unprecedented times, as you all well know. We're starting to see lots of negative numbers that are coming through the economy.
One of the main focuses recently has definitely been on the unemployment or lack thereof as far as employment. And so we're going to start to see some pretty big numbers in that area. And we're likely to see the unemployment rate in the U.S. Probably hover around maybe 15, maybe go as high as 20%. And that's probably going to be a short-term phenomenon, meaning that we're probably going to see an easing of some of the social distancing and also the basically staying in your homes, those types of orders. And what I really wanted to do with this graph is talk to you a little bit about what is different between the 08-09 crisis, which was not too long ago, about 10 years ago, and potentially what's happening today. And so when you look at this graph today, what you can see is this starts from October 2007. And so that was really the height of the S&P back then. And then, of course, we had the global financial crisis, which really drove things down. Then from that standpoint, we've had the 10-year expansion in the economy. We did have a little bit of a hiccup here back in 2018, the latter half of that. And then more recently, as you've seen the precipitous fall in the S&P 500 is really related to what's been going on with COVID-19, basically a full stop in the economy. So what we've never experienced this before, nor have we ever experienced kind of the magnitude of the fall of the S&P 500 and also other asset classes. One of the things I want you to remember as far as the operating reserves of the city's portfolio, it's invested 100% in bonds. And so it did not experience this large downswing in the overall value of the investments. And through the different reports that you see from staff, basically those investments have done well over this period of time, and there's a substantial amount of liquidity that will be able to, fund the operations of the city and any other needs. The one thing I wanted to show you just as far as this graph too is we've started to see a little bit of recovery start to happen in the S&P 500. And also, if you look at how severe the global financial crisis was back in 08 or 09, that 10 years from that standpoint, you've seen a large run-up in equities and basically asset prices. And so I would expect that, yes, it is a scary time. Yes, we are seeing large volatile moves in different types of asset classes, but the other piece of this is typically we recover after these periods. Yes, this period's a little bit deeper. Yes, it could take a little bit longer, and some things are out of our control as far as what's happening with the virus, what's happening with the medical professionals, and also looking at some of the things in order to ease the effects of the virus over this period of time. But we are starting to see some things recover. Then on the next slide, that's on the next slide, I wanted to show you just bring you back to your chemistry classes just in general. What I call this is the periodic table of asset class returns. And so you remember your chemistry class, we had the periodic table that would show gold, it would show all those different elements that were involved. Well, essentially what I'm doing here is I'm taking different asset classes and going back 10 years, going back from 2010, and basically calculating their annual returns. And then also I'm ranking them from top to bottom, and then I'm also choosing a color for every single asset class. And then also if I've done year-to-date 2020. The reason I'm showing you this is there's no pattern here as far as what asset class is going to perform better than the others. The other piece I would say, if you looked at the 08-09 phenomena as far as the recession that happened there, what we're looking at is really real estate prices or home prices falling precipitously. If you look at the 2010 asset class that did the best was U.S. real estate. 2011, U.S. real estate. 14 and 15, U.S. real estate. So things tend to recover. Definitely it can be painful in the near term, but what it's really about is having a strategy for your investments. And the other thing to look at here is in the year-to-date 2020, remember this is just as of March 31st, 2020, we've seen a pretty significant increase in stock prices. The S&P is actually up around 8% in the month of April. But really look at the declines here, and it's something that we haven't seen over the last 10 years. But the last time we saw a pretty big decline was in 2018. We saw a pretty big decline in asset prices across the board, and if you look at 2019, a pretty substantial recovery at the other side. So what I'm really trying to communicate with this presentation is, yes, things look bad today. Yes, we are going to get some data, past data, that's going to look really bad
as far as jobs numbers and things like that. But typically what we've seen is things recover, and the other thing is to have a good asset allocation moving forward. And that is really with regard to the 115 trust that you have as far as pension stabilization. And the other piece of that is thinking about your OPEB trust, which also is managed with stocks and bonds and other types of asset classes as part of that. Your operating reserves continue to do well. They're very stable. That's exactly what they're supposed to be doing at this period of time. They don't have very spectacular returns over the years, but you know that they're there when you need them. And this is one of those times that you possibly could need those. And so that's why they're invested in the manner that they are. The other funds that you're looking at are funds that you're going to be looking at for a longer-term basis. And to think of it this way, if you decided to change your strategy, and let's say that you decided just to buy 30-year treasuries at this point, the amount that you would earn on your 30-year treasury is about 1%. And so can you really achieve your goals earning 1% for the next 30 years? I would say that's probably not the way that you're going to achieve your goals as far as when you're looking at the pension stabilization and also the OPEB piece of it. And with that, I'll take any questions that you may have and then turn it over to Tori to talk a little bit more about the different portfolios that you have.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Jason, Kevin Kildee, can you shed a little light on the bond markets, please?
Sure. So let's talk a little bit about the bond market and what's been going on with the bond markets today. And so if you think about the bond markets, really what's happened is you've had rates come down and come down precipitously. And so if you think about your portfolio in general, your portfolio has an average maturity that's close to 2 years. Right now, the 2-year Treasury note is about 21 basis points today. Also remember that the city's portfolio is invested 100% in government bonds with a small fraction in CDs, and those CDs are insured by the FDIC, 100%. And so when I think about your portfolio today, it's meeting its primary tenets, safety, liquidity, and finally, after the first two are met, is yield. And so it's really looking at that. The bond market, of course, is getting a lot of life support from the Federal Reserve. So the Federal Reserve has not only enacted all the programs that it had back in 2008, 2009, but it's actually added a lot of those programs. And so what you're seeing now is the Federal Reserve can purchase municipal securities. It can purchase corporate securities. It has a commercial paper backstop. And so really it's flooding the market with liquidity in order to keep the market operating and functioning correctly. We've seen the market, as far as for corporate bonds and things like that, definitely function much better than it did in the latter half of March. So with some of those extraordinary measures, we're seeing companies come to market. We've even seen oil companies come to market, even though oil, as we all saw in the papers, traded at a negative price, which I think in some ways is technical in nature, but it is telling as far as how much oil is in the market and the abrupt stop that we had in demand just in general. Also on top of that, the Federal Reserve is working on lending programs, not to just big companies, but also smaller companies. And so you have the payroll protection program. That is also part of those programs. That is a fiscal stimulus. And remember that not only the Federal Reserve is helping this, but on the fiscal side of the equation, you have the government helping out. They have a $2 trillion stimulus package that they passed in March. And it was either today or yesterday, a $484 billion package in order to fund again the payroll protection program, which is essentially geared towards smaller business in order to keep folks basically employed and also those businesses afloat during this period of time. Without that, you would see the unemployment rate drift even higher than it probably will during this cycle.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Jason?
I have one.
Go ahead, Sean.
Jason, it's a two-parter. One, the Fed has the power to pretty much print unlimited amounts of money. But at what point does their printing of trillions and trillions or injecting a lot of liquidity into the market have adverse effects on, like, inflation? Although not now, would there be concerns with rising inflation as maybe perhaps as we try to come out of whatever this economic turmoil where you don't quite know exactly how deep we're in?
So what I would say just in general with regard to the Fed and inflation, and you're correct, the Fed is not worried about inflation today. It's really worried about the Fed has a dual mandate, stable prices and full employment. And with employment really topping historical levels today, the Federal Reserve is not necessarily concerned with that. What I do think in the future is definitely they will become more concerned with that. The U.S. debt relative to GDP, which is really the best measure of that, being the output of the United States, is now top above 100%. And that's the first time that we've really seen that. And with that in mind, definitely the Federal Reserve and the fiscal authorities are going to have to think about these things 6 months to a year from today when we start to see that. And remember, we all took Economics 101, and what does it say? When you put too much money in the system from a fiscal standpoint, you have the potential to stoke inflation. The problem that you have today is even if I gave you $1 million, you can't spend it today. There's just no way to get out of your house to spend that. And so one of the things that we'll start to watch more closely is what we call the velocity of money, how money is turning in the economy, meaning from an activity level. Today that level is very low, but if we were to start to get two things in common, one, fiscal stimulus, two, velocity of money, definitely that is definitely a mix that can definitely cause higher inflation levels. Remember, we've remained below the Fed's 2% target that it's had for years. If we do start to bump up against it, I definitely think they'll let that run hot until they see kind of the economy moving on its own. But I do think it's something that's always out there, and we have to do that. Today, we are running what I would consider to be a dirty monetary policy, a monetary policy where the government is issuing bonds and the Federal Reserve is buying those bonds. Typically, that's not a recipe that can last for a whole long period of time, especially at the levels that we're talking about. So that's something that we'll definitely have to watch into the future. I just think today they are focused on unemployment and ensuring that the economy, that there isn't too much damage that's done here.
It kind of gets my second question. You kind of touched on it. It gets my second question. Obviously, as you noted, at the end of March, we saw an uptick in the S&P, and it's gone up a little bit. That's kind of buoyed by the fact that the Fed has injected trillions of dollars into the economy. The market is not always reflective of the economy, and I think it's probably true right now. Even when, as things have been going up, there have been a lot of people suffering. Wages have more or less stagnated for years and years and years, decades. But so is it fair to say that the true cost, the true carnage of the economic repercussions from what we're experiencing right now with the virus haven't exactly been priced into the S&P, the Dow, the NASDAQ? And
I think you can make that assumption. And how I think of it, you could actually make a definite parallel to the coronavirus. So what we're really trying to do with all these stay-at-home orders is really to take that coronavirus and what they call bend the curve. Basically, don't get everybody to the hospital and have all these different issues. So what's the Fed? The Fed is trying to do the same thing. It wants to carry companies for a period of time, then at some point it's going to allow the economy to sort these things out. And so one of the things that's really a true negative to this is I can provide you a loan forever, but at some point you have to have revenues to pay that back. And so I think what we're really starting to see, because some of the rating agencies have definitely started to downgrade companies, and why they're downgrading companies is they see the fundamentals deteriorating. And so what we have just overall from a credit standpoint is that we have deteriorating fundamentals. So right now it's a liquidity Fed market, a market in which the liquidity of the Federal Reserve is helping out, but at some point it's going to have to stand on its own. And what's going to happen, we could test the lows again of equities, but I do think if you look 5 to 10 years down the road, what I think investors are looking at is, okay, 2020, definitely not a year that any of us want to remember. But if you look at 21, 22, 23, what's the profit level of those companies going to be? Because if you think about a stock, basically it's the present value of all the earnings of that. And at some point, that's what's really impounded into that equity. But I do agree with you that we could test the lows as we start to see some of these fundamentals evolve.
The silver lining in all this is that the city and the taxpayer funds we're tasked with managing has very little exposure to what we're witnessing right now out in the open market.
Exactly. They are operating exactly how the council has approved the investment policy, how staff has presented that to you, is that these are reserves. We want it to be stable, and with the bonds that you own, the government bonds, in fact, in many cases, those bonds have increased in value over this period of time, doing exactly what you need to do. If you think about it, when there's good times and maybe interest rates are rising, well, the revenues of the city are also rising because you really have lots of activity going on in the economy. When the activity goes down, basically interest rates goes down, so basically those bonds stay stable, or actually they go up in value over that period of time. So it's really a counter-cyclical portfolio, which helps the city, especially in the situation that we have today.
Thanks. Any other questions for Jason? If not, then thank you very much, Jason.
I have one more, Mr.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Philippe.
Yeah, Jason, is there anything that we should be doing now that we're not, or is it just kind of standing pat and just letting our financials kind of seek the level that they're going to seek in this situation we find ourselves in?
Well, I think you guys actually have prepared very well for this. So if we manage a lot of funds for public agencies across California and actually across the country. And really what the big thought process is today, because of cash flows, is really having liquidity in your portfolio. So if you think about the amount of liquidity that you have in order to facilitate any kind of services or things like that that might be needed from your citizens, you are in a perfect position to do that, because you have the liquidity that's in your portfolio, and also if you needed to sell investments, you have investments today that are not encumbered, meaning that you don't own stocks or things like that. You own bonds. And so at the end of the day, you own that stable asset, that asset that has been gaining in value. So I think from an investment portfolio perspective, you are in a perfect situation to be able to facilitate the needs of your city.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Jason. Let's see, Mark, are we going to call on Tori next?
Yes, thank you. We'll segue now from the investments that Jason works with, the city's investment that is not subject to some of these impacts because of the tight restrictions, and those monies are used for the operations. Now we're going to shift over to the PARS trust funds, which are longer term. They are much more flexible and are able to be invested in equity markets, which are subject to these wild volatility we're seeing. But the plan for these is for an extended term, over a 20 to 30-year term. These are for benefits, health benefits, and liabilities for health and pension benefits. So a much longer term, the projection from our actuarials and from our investment advisors has been a 6% return, but that's over a 30-year time horizon. So in order to achieve those returns, it's got to be staying in the market, and we would not be able to achieve that by selling off during a panic such as we're seeing and trying to time the market. We have to kind of stick to the strategy and move from there in order to be able to achieve goals over the longer term, because those monies are not needed immediately. They're needed over a longer term. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tori Milazzo from Highmark Capital, who manages the monies in those trust funds.
Great. Thank you, Mark, and good evening, everyone. It's nice to see you this evening. And thank you, Jason, for, I think, really very good, broad comments about the environment. I'm going to start by discussing our overall asset allocation. As Jason touched on, our asset allocation is our first line of defense. It's our primary tool for ensuring that we earn that long-term rate of return. Then we'll talk about how the portfolios have performed, and then we will come full circle and talk about the recovery and how we might predict that this could unfold for our portfolios. So once again, if we could turn to the second page of the slide deck you have there in front of you, I circled there our asset allocation. We're in a moderate strategy, which indicates that we have about a 50-50 mix of stocks and bonds in the portfolio. And I would like to assure you that this asset mix is something that we do actively manage. Our management team has, on a very ongoing basis since this broke out, really at the start of the year, began to become more noteworthy in February, and then in March we saw things really basically a market panic ensue, which caused the Federal Reserve and the government to respond as they did. We have been actively repositioning these portfolios. We are focusing on high-quality, large-cap U.S. companies as really a key area of value in the market, and we've been reducing areas that we see as riskier, such as our international or our smaller holdings. And one area that our management team just identified today, our real estate area, we're going to be lightening up on that as well. At the same time, we have our fixed income assets that, as Jason was explaining, our fixed income assets have served as a good, stable source of value in the portfolio. And if you were to need any of these funds, we have those fixed income assets available for us as a source of liquidity. In addition to, you see, we are carrying a more substantial cash position there, over 4% of the portfolio values currently in cash. So once again, it is the long-term asset allocation that helps us really have a safety belt, or the bar on the roller coaster, if you will, that helps us ride this really kind of violent market experience that we've been witnessing over the past several weeks. If we want to turn ahead to the next page, we're looking at the OPEB results. These are preliminary results because I pulled these numbers as of this week in April, so we have benefited from a bounce since the end of March. The OPEB plan has over $4.4 million in it based on the April 21st value. But what I want to highlight for you is the long-term rate of return. Now, yes, over 1 year, over the past year, the accounts are down about 3%. At the worst point in March, the accounts were down about 4.5% or 5% year over year. Just that alone should tell you that, yes, while equity markets were down 30+%, these portfolios only down 5%. The key number, as I circled there for you, though, riding that roller coaster is how we earn the long-term rate of return, which for this OPEB plan is a discount rate of 6%. And you see there, since the inception, we're earning over 6.5% on these funds. So this plan is continuing to perform. If we were to look back, and I did look back at the numbers from the end of 2019 and then January of 2020, we were annualizing over 8%. So once again, this moderate strategy we have selected because it is our best way with the least risk to earn that 6% rate of return. I believe our target for this strategy is about a 6.1 to 6.3% rate of return. So we were earning at above average coming out of 2019. We have had this market disruption, but over the long term, we are still confident in this strategy earning the 6% rate of return for us. If we advance the slide, we can take a look at the pension fund, just under $5.2 million for the account balance as of April 21st. Now, this account has a much shorter track record, having just been funded at the end of 2018. And if you recall, when we met in the fall of last year of 2019, we were remarking that our dollar cost averaging, we had benefited in putting much of this money to work during the sell-off at the end of 2018. Now we're continuing to build on those earnings. Once again, this account follows the same moderate strategy based on the likelihood that these monies are to grow for future pension expenses. With that said, these monies are available if the city were to need an extra source of money to reimburse itself for pension expense. And if that were the case, as I've mentioned in my comments about the asset allocation, we do have that fixed income line, over $2.3 million in stable value assets that are there to serve as ballast in the portfolio against the storm of volatility in the markets. And I just would really reiterate that we have options available to us to serve as source of funds if we need them, and at the same time, we are actively managing the positioning in the accounts, and that owning those equities, withstanding, basically enduring the market pain of mark-to-market losses that we haven't realized. It's just the natural fluctuation of the markets up and down. That is how we earn over the long term that 6% rate of return. Because as Jason was saying, at this point in time, the bond market, the safe assets are going to pay us, less than 1% unless we extend out over very long time periods. So the equity component of our portfolios is essential for growth. I'll start to wrap it up here because I am happy to answer questions. On our next slide, I wanted to provide you another snapshot of how these assets do recover. This is a chart from J.P. Morgan. The gold line is the market, the S&P 500. This is the same time period that Jason showed you earlier of the pre-crisis, pre-financial crisis through March of this year, looking at how did the market do and how did diversified portfolios do. And the most important thing here is that the diversified portfolios are successful in reducing volatility. They reduce the amount of downside. They, of course, reduce the amount of upside. We don't get all the upside from the market. They reduce our downside, and they ensure that we get back to full value sooner than the market, and that we're then, therefore, compounding at a faster rate coming out of these types of bad periods. So that's what I think is really a key takeaway. And if you look at the bottom chart, the bar charts, J.P. Morgan has done an analysis of how does the average investor do who tries to time these markets. Well, the average investor loses sight of their long-term goals. They try to actively or aggressively buy in and sell out of things, and you inevitably fall behind. It's very important to keep your eyes on the long-term prize of what is the rate we're trying to earn, and use the markets as a compounding machine to earn that rate of return. And I'll just finalize, if you turn to the last page of my presentation, this is more a plug for capitalism than anything else, just the long-term strength of equity markets, rewarding the long-term investor who is able to actually see these time periods of very harsh volatility as an opportunity to buy and hold for the longer term. It's not to say that, as Jason was touching on previously, we clearly cannot predict the length of this pandemic, but what we do know is the Federal Reserve and the government are doing everything they can to protect the integrity of the markets, to ensure that markets are functioning. And we know that at the end of the day, it may take a year or two, but we will grow out of this. And so I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll leave it there. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Milazzo. Are there questions from council members?
I have one.
Yes, Sean.
Tori, can you go back 3 slides when it showed the 6.5% rate of return? Under mid-cap funds, there was no cumulative number inception to date.
Yeah, that's really driven by, at that inception date for the account, those mid-cap funds were not present at that time period. So mid-cap funds is actually a key area where, when we view them as attractive, we add them, and at times in the past we have not owned any mid-cap funds. So that's really why there's just not a full record of that asset class all the way back to 2009. But we have owned them for 5 years.
Okay, but the mid-cap funds are not weighted into the 6.66, right, return?
Correct. They're present in that we have owned them in the previous 5 years, and all of those returns are chained together and averaged to get that inception to date return.
Okay. That was the only question I had.
Okay. Are there other questions from council members?
I have a question.
Please.
Yeah, Troy, when we look at the PARs, and you had stated that, it hasn't been around nearly as long, is the investment strategies between the two funds somewhat similar? Are there differences between those two? And if there are differences, maybe you could explain that to a certain extent, if you would.
Both of the accounts, or both of the plans, the OPEB plan and the pension plan, their accounting is done separately, but they do follow the same moderate strategy. I trade the accounts separately, so there may be minor fluctuations between the performance, but they do follow the same strategy. So if on those pages 2 and 3, for the past 1 year, the OPEB plan was down 3.44%, and the pension plan down 3.49%. So they are managed following the same strategy. They will have very similar performance. They own the same types of the same assets, and so they're managed to the same long-term goal.
So the moderate strategy of 50-50, does it make sense from time to time to look at those percentages?
Well, what we think is the most, yes, you should definitely be evaluating the investment strategy, taking into account the actuarial work that is done around both your OPEB liability and the pension liability. And the OPEB actuarial report, that discount rate that is driven for determining the present value of your long-term OPEB liabilities, that's really what drives the desired rate of return for the OPEB assets. And then for the pension plan, when we establish the pension fund, given how well capitalized the city is and the likelihood that these pension funds are for a need farther in the future beyond the next 2 to 3 years, let's say, I believe that's really what drove the selection of the moderate strategy for the pension.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions? All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Milazzo.
Thank you.
I think that concludes then our presentation on this item 14B on city investments. I want to thank both of the consultants very much for being here tonight. I think at this point, it looks like we need to return to item 14A, which is the urgency ordinance waiving penalties and interest on business annual tax. Mr. Pierik or Mr. Clifford is going to make this presentation?
Yes, I will be making that presentation. As you've indicated, Mayor, this is an urgency ordinance that would waive penalties and interest on business annual tax during the COVID-19 emergency. And please have the next slide. Or do I control this? I don't think I do. There we go. So just to summarize, the council will recall that there was a discussion at your meeting on April 8th of 2020 with regards to the possibility of waiving penalties and interest for businesses in regard to their annual tax that would otherwise be due until some period of time after the emergency is over. This proposed urgency ordinance proposes 90 days. Next slide, please.
Mr. Pierik?
Yes.
Did you want to indicate that 2 council members are not involved in this discussion?
Oh, I need to pause. Thank you for...
Can you please go back and make that clear?
Yeah. Thank you for bringing up that, Mayor. I've neglected to do this. We need the city clerk to select. We've got 4 council members I'm seeing but we do have some with licenses, business licenses. So let me ask the city clerk, have you, are you prepared to do the selection process? I'm not hearing.
I am, but do we need the council members to announce their conflicts first?
Yes, we do. I'm not seeing Councilmember Craven. Is that just because of the screen I'm seeing?
I don't see anybody.
Okay. Well,
and I'm not seeing Vice Mayor Santangelo either.
All right.
There we go. Okay.
There we go. Different view. Okay. So let me back up here. As I indicated in my introductory comments, this matter does involve the business tax issue. We do have 3 council members who do have a business tax. For an urgency ordinance, it takes 4 votes to pass an urgency ordinance. So under what's called the rule of necessity, which we employed previously at your meeting on March 25th in connection with another matter, there is a process that the city clerk is going to go through now that is going to select 2 of the 3 council members that have business licenses. And I'll just ask for confirmation on this because it's my understanding that council members Kildee and Craven both have a business license, and I believe council member Mulchay is associated with a business, a family business that has a business tax certificate. So can we get confirmation from the 3 of you on that?
Yes, my husband and I have a business tax certificate for rental business.
Yes, this is Kevin Kildee. I do have a business license with the city of Camarillo.
This is Sean O'Shea. Yes, my family has a business that operates in Camarillo. We have a business license. I'm in the process of acquiring the family business.
Very well. So can we then have the city clerk at this point, before she does this selection, as I was saying, since we have 3 council members with this conflict, given that they have business licenses, we need 4 for the passage of an urgency ordinance. We will go through a selection process now to select 2 of the 3 that have the business licenses to continue to participate. The one who is not selected then will need to leave the meeting and then come back after the item is completed.
All right, so I have all 3 names in my bag. I'll pull out first 2 names, and the first 2 names that I pull out will be those that participate in the item. So the first one is Councilmember Craven. And the second is Councilmember Mulchay. So Councilmember Kildee, you'll need to turn off your video.
So, as I was saying, with regards to this item, there was direction from the council, which we're meeting on April 8th of 2020, to bring back to you for your consideration an urgency ordinance to waive penalties for businesses with regards to the annual tax. Can I have the PowerPoint back on, please? All right. Let's back up a slide. Can we go back one? There we go. So, well, they don't go back that far, but yeah, let's go to the next. That's the cover page. All right. So the summary, as I just mentioned, was that we were requested on April 8th to bring this back item for consideration. Next slide. So we do know that there were orders, which we have been calling, for short reference, stay-at-home orders, which have been issued. There's a stay-at-home order that was issued by Governor Newsom on March 19th of 2020. It requires that all individuals stay at home except as needed to maintain critical infrastructure sectors and other sectors designated as critical in order to protect the health and well-being of all Californians. Next slide. We similarly have what are called stay-at-home orders that have been issued by the Ventura County Health Officer. There have been several of those, March 17th, March 20th, April 9th, April 18th, and most recently April 20th. These orders provide that all businesses with a facility in the county, except for essential businesses, are required to cease all activities at facilities located within the county except for what's referenced as minimum basic operations. Next slide. The result of the COVID emergency has caused a serious financial impact to businesses in the city of Camarillo as well as throughout the world. And as a result of this urgency ordinance is being presented for consideration by the City Council, which would waive the penalties and interest on what is referenced as the annual tax, or some call the business license tax, but the technical term is annual tax, that would otherwise be due by businesses under Chapter 5.04 of the Camarillo Municipal Code in the manner set forth in the urgency ordinance. And now I'll get into that. Next slide. So with regard to penalties, the ordinance provides, the proposed ordinance, that penalties for late payment of the annual business tax that would otherwise be assessed would be waived commencing March 1, 2020, and would continue to be waived until 90 days after the City Council terminates the declaration of the COVID emergency. So I'll refer to that as the 90th day. If the annual tax is not paid by the 90th day, then penalties would be assessed going back to the anniversary month for that business. The way these taxes work is that it is due on what's called the anniversary month. So if a business takes out a business tax certificate, let's say in February, then on February of each year is when that annual tax is due. Next slide. So we just talked about penalties. Now this is interest. There is interest that gets assessed for the payments that are late. And so the interest that would otherwise be assessed for the late payment will be waived under the proposed ordinance until 90 days after the City Council terminates the declaration of the COVID emergency. Again, we call that the 90th day. If the annual tax due is not paid by the 90th day, then interest will be assessed as of the anniversary month for that business. So they are given the opportunity to pay the tax within that 90-day window, but if they don't, then the interest goes back as to the penalties to be calculated as of the anniversary month. Next slide. There are a few other provisions that I want to mention that are in the urgency ordinance. There's 3 of them. Number 1, this ordinance does not change the anniversary month, so the anniversary month for the business will remain the same. Secondly, there would be no refunds of annual taxes that have already been paid. And thirdly, that this is not a waiver of any other taxes that may be due, such as the transit occupancy tax or any other taxes. Next slide. Now I want to talk about the effective date and duration of the ordinance. This would be enacted pursuant to Government Code Section 36937. It would take effect immediately, assuming it is adopted by a 4/5 vote of the City Council. The urgency ordinance will remain in effect until it is rescinded by the City Council. So that's the effective date and how long it's in effect. Next slide. So the suggested action is 1, to request a reading of the title of the ordinance, and 2, to waive further reading and adopt the ordinance, waiving penalties and interest. My next slide. Questions. So I'm prepared to answer questions you may have about the ordinance. The ordinance itself is in your packet at big page 4.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pierik. Let's go to questions. And I note from a time standpoint that it's 7:19. We're going to have to either conclude or defer this item if we're not done with it in about 2 minutes. So anyway, let's go to questions first. Any members have questions? All right.
I got one.
Mr. Moshe.
Sorry, I'll always on with a question. Brian, this doesn't, if a business tax, or if the annual tax comes due, let's say say, came due last month. And then the business, or let's say the business is, let's use it's a restaurant. Let's say the restaurant closed operations, or actually, better yet, it's a gym. The gym closed as of whatever it was, I think March 17th or somewhere around there. Their business license came due, let's say the following month, sometime here in April. They haven't yet reopened, but they've already made a determination that they're just going to simply go out of business. What would happen in that circumstance? Would they still be responsible for paying the taxes, the ordinance? And I guess my second question, when they pay business tax, I think you're paying for the previous year's revenues. Is that right? I mean, I know it's based in part on revenues.
All right, well, I'll answer the first question first. Well, if they go out of business, I believe they would still be responsible for paying the tax, which had been due in April. So your hypothetical was their anniversary month was in April. That's when the tax should have been paid. The only thing that this ordinance does is defer the obligation to pay it. So they wouldn't have to pay it until 90 days after the emergency was over, whether they're in business or not. Your second question was, is it based on the previous year? Is Mr. Uribe there? Could you answer that question, Mark?
Yes, that is correct. We have some businesses that pay a flat tax, but the majority of them pay based on gross sales receipts.
But Sean, it's based on gross sales of the previous year, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so it's the sales they already made. They're not prepaying for anticipated sales. They're not having to. Yeah, they're not having to pay for what they are now in this circumstance. In my hypothetical, they would not make.
Correct.
Okay. That was the only question I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McDade. Any other questions from council members? Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
No comments.
All right. Let's bring it back then to council. I know that we have about 8 minutes on the list.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mrs. Craven.
if you're ready to request a reading of the title, I'm ready to make a motion.
And I would just like to say one thing if I may. Since I made this proposal back at the last meeting, I think this ordinance is consistent with the proposal that I made. I think it's a small step, but I think it's important to support our local businesses in their reboot and their recovery efforts. I think it gives them the opportunity, hopefully, Sean, even though with your hypothetical, I'm hoping that we have many, if not most, businesses will restart, and it gives them the chance to restart business and generate cash flow without facing an immediate burden. So it gives them a little bit of a time to accomplish that and start generating some cash flow. So that's it from me, from the standpoint of the intent behind this. So,
You prepared for me to read the title?
Yes, please.
Okay. This would be ordinance number 1172, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Camarillo, California, waiving penalties and interest for the annual tax on businesses due under Title V, Chapter 5.04 of the Camarillo Municipal Code during the COVID-19 emergency.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mrs. Craven.
I move to waive further reading and to adopt an urgency ordinance waiving penalties and interest on a business annual tax during the COVID-19 emergency.
I'll second.
Thank you, Mrs. Craven. I hear a motion and a second. With no further questions, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Trembly?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, very well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Pierik. That concludes item 14A, and I noticed that we have about 6 minutes to go until our 7:30 time certain calendar. Mr. Clifford, at this point we would go back to item 14B on our list of COVID-19 items, and we're going to welcome back Mr. Kildee. Do we have something that we can cover in the next couple of minutes?
I think one item that we have on there relates to the CARES funding for transit. So if Mr. Klotzle is available, he can come and let City Council know what's happening there.
Great, thank you very much. Mr. Klotzle?
I'm going to have to load it up. So that's part of his. That's
Yes.
part of his presentation.
Yes. Yeah, we need to load the presentation. I have one slide with some summary bullets, but I will start. Staff has been in communication.
Mr. Klotzle, we can't hear you.
Okay, should be able to hear me now?
We can hear you. Thank you very much.
We're loading up a slide from the presentation with some summary bullets, but I can get started. The VCTC has been in close communication with all public transit providers regarding the CARES Act, public transit funding portion of the CARES Act, and recent information has been provided by VCTC that we'll go over in summary form here. So
Interrupt for just a moment, Mayor, and I wanted to ask Mr. Klotzle, is this going to involve a discussion of the trolley?
no, not specifically the trolley. It's general in nature for all transit.
All right, thank you.
The recently approved federal Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, or CARES Act, includes $25 billion in emergency appropriations for public transportation. The city will be receiving $3.7 million out of the $71.4 million in CARES Act funding for public transit that will be coming to Ventura County through VCTC. This funding is in addition to the normal federal FTA transit funds that the city will continue to receive each year. The distribution of funds to transit operators is based on the existing formula adopted by VCTC that's used for the annual distribution of regular federal FTA funds. VCTC plans to have an item on the May 1st Commission meeting to approve the distribution of CARES Act funds to transit operators in the county. Ahead of the May 1st Commission meeting, VCTC is asking all the transit operators for concurrence with the proposed distribution of funds, and staff has provided Camarillo's concurrence earlier this week. And again, that distribution is based on the existing formula that's already in place that's used for the annual distribution of FTA funds. The $3.7 million in CARES Act funds that will be coming to Camarillo can be used on all transit expenses that are normally eligible for the use of our FTA funds, and they are reimbursement based just like the FTA funds. Expenses incurred on or after January 20th of this year are eligible, and there is no deadline by which the funds must be used. No matching funds are required, and the city will continue to receive and accrue our normal FTA funding distribution, which is around $1.3 million per year. That varies year to year depending on the actual FTA funds that come through VCTC. This is very good news and a very flexible funding source for transit, which will offset approximately $200,000 in general fund expenditures this fiscal year and about $1 to $1.3 million next fiscal year, and that's based on normal pre-COVID levels of service. With the normal FTA funds still being received annually by the city, staff's rough estimate at this point is that the CARES Act funds will fully offset the normal general fund expenditure for transit for the next 2, maybe 3 years, depending on actual levels of service and any other service adjustments that may be made in the future. Staff is continuing to work closely with VCTC and our transit provider as we move forward with utilizing the CARES Act transit funding. And that concludes this information.
Thank you, Mr. Klotzle. Do any members of the council have any questions for Mr. Klotzle?
Question.
Mr. Kildee.
Mr. Klotzle, is this the first CARES Act funding, or is this the second one they're talking about?
No, this is the current existing approved. I believe March 27th was when the president signed the act. And so this is the already in place. And that's why we're now getting the information. We knew it was coming, and further information now has been released on the numbers that we'll be seeing for funding. So this is has already been approved.
Thank you.
Are there other questions from any council members? Mr. Klotzle, thank you. I had just a couple of any comments from any council members before I make a comment, and then we'll go to the 7:30 calendar. I want to make a couple of comments since I'm privileged to represent council on VCTC. So just to put this in context a little bit, first of all, it was a very good report by Mr. Klotzle. These are dollars, the $3.7 million are dollars that the city won't have to get from some other source next fiscal year. And it's important to note in Mr. Klotzle's presentation, these dollars do not require the typical 20% match that the city has to ante in this year, which is very good news. And the 20% match is typical in transit-related operations, but under the CARES Act, you don't have that match. That's the good news. So it should address very well our transit needs, as Mr. Klotzle said, for the next couple of years. But let's take the other side of the coin. We're getting an infusion of dollars now, the city is, for its transit needs, but we don't want to kick the can down the road indefinitely. We have some decisions that are ahead of us that, and in my opinion, I think we need to continue to address some structural issues in our transit budget. And Camarillo doesn't use LTF or TDA Article 8 monies. We have some decisions that we have to make, and in my opinion, relatively soon. So I'm looking forward to having another conversation soon about our transit issues and our transit funding. So that's the extent of my comments. And Mr. Klotzle, any corrections to what I had to say?
No.
Okay. All right. Then I believe that's it with respect to this item 14B2 under the CARES Act public transit funding. And thank you very much, Mr. Klotzle. So I think at this point, we're now going to stop the COVID-19 items, and we're going to go to our 7:30 calendar. And my understanding, Madam Clerk, is that this is the right point to bring in the Planning Commission and call that meeting to order of the Planning Commission, correct?
Yes.
So could you?
That's fine.
Yeah, they're just going to convene because it said 7:30, and then.
Greetings.
We'll turn it over to the chair of the Planning Commission, I believe, Mr.
Does anyone see me? Hello?
We can see you and hear you, so you can call to order the Planning Commission.
You can see me and hear me?
Yes.
Good. All right. So I'd like to call to order this City of Camarillo Planning Commission special joint meeting with City Council of April 22nd, 2020. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner Vandermeulen. I can't hear you.
You can certainly see Commissioner Vandermeulen.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. Commissioner Espinoza.
Here.
Commissioner Edsall.
Here.
We'll try Beverly again. Commissioner Vandermeulen? Not yet. Vice Chair Talmadge?
Talmadge here.
Chair Murphy?
Here.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk, and welcome to our planning commissioners. Do we need, Jeffrey, do we need to go back to Commissioner Vandermeulen?
Well, why don't we go forward with our public comments and then come back?
Your Honor.
Welcome to our planning commissioners.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I need to call the Camarillo Sanitary District Board back to order.
Well, we're not on the capital improvement program agenda item yet.
Okay.
we're going to call the Successor Agency and Camarillo Sanitary back when we get to item
Okay.
A. Is there any objection to that?
No, that's fine.
We will now go to item 17 under public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
I do, so hold on just a minute and let me dial the phone.
Thank you very much.
Hello?
Is this Matt?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Matt. It's Jeffrey at the council chambers.
All right.
You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Matt Lormer. I'd like to make a few comments. Tonight we're talking about the pension fund and the investment fund. One of the things that didn't come up is how much draw with all the people retiring, like Tom Fox and the current city manager retired, the longevity. What's the payout? Will it run out of money? There was no discussion on that, the draw rate. That's something that should be important. The other thing I want to talk about is the fact is there's a lot of people hurting in Camarillo. You have 5 food pantries in Camarillo, and I think the city council should donate $1,000 to each one for a period of 6 months because the people are in need. They don't have paychecks. They can't make their house payments. Some people lost their health benefits. It's an extremely tough time. And I know the city council gets meals and staff during every meeting. I believe that's a cost of $13,000 a year. I think the city council should acknowledge that that should be put on hold and not be done anymore. And we should really help our citizens in this community. I've had conversations with people, and I believe that the city council, we have 5 nonprofits, food pantries in Camarillo that the city could make a donation to or fund that would help our citizens in need. It's a tough time. There's a lot of variables in this. The factory outlets, we don't know if real estate will hold up. Small businesses are everywhere. We don't know if this COVID will continue in wintertime. It will affect the city. And again, we haven't heard what the city, as far as what we're going to do to cut costs. The city council should give direction to the staff, other than let the staff make the decisions, obviously. So that should be basically taken up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Jeffrey, are there any other public comments?
No other comments.
All right, then at this point, then we're going to move to item 18A, which is a public hearing on the municipal stormwater MPDS management permit, a resolution determining assessment for city's costs for compliance. Or Mr. Klotzle, I guess.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. This is an annual item which requires a public hearing to authorize the Ventura County Watershed Protection District to continue to collect a $5 assessment per benefit assessment unit for next fiscal year, which goes towards covering some of the costs to comply with the city's NPDS stormwater permit. The city is a co-permittee to the NPDS permit, along with the other 9 cities in the county and the Watershed District, all operating under a stormwater permit implementation agreement to achieve permit compliance. Since its inception in 1994, the city's stormwater program has been partially funded by this benefit assessment collected by the district. The implementation agreement provides that the city will annually request the amount to be included for city purposes in the benefit assessment program, and that the city will conduct this public hearing prior to making such a request. A benefit assessment unit, or BAU, is equal to a single detached housing unit, and the BAUs in Camarillo for next fiscal years are estimated to be 31,334 units, which is a slight increase from last fiscal year based on construction of new units. The $5 assessment per benefit assessment unit is expected to generate $156,670 for Camarillo next fiscal year. This will partially offset the city's $1.2 million stormwater program costs. The program costs and revenue from this assessment will be reflected in the city's budget for next fiscal year. That concludes my report, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Klotzle. Are there any questions for Mr. Klotzle?
I have a question, Your Honor.
Please.
Mr. Klotzle, is this the maximum amount that can be assessed?
Yes, it is. This is an amount that's been established through a process long ago. Any additional changes to that would require a full Proposition 218 process to make any changes.
So we're sort of, it's been in effect since 1994, so, we're getting 20, 25 years, getting close to that kind of, number of years here. So is there any thought about revisiting this, or is it the process just, not really worth the effort?
There has been some thought within the Stormwater Management Committee and program here in Ventura County to look at possibly a new 218 process, or even a ballot measure having to do with creating funding for stormwater compliance costs. And there had been some previous efforts done on that some years ago, and some informal polling on the potential for success on a measure, and it was marginal at best, and nothing has proceeded forward at this point. That is that's still a topic of discussion, and it really comes down to the timing and when it might be appropriate to pursue another type of funding mechanism. So there's nothing really with a lot of traction right now on the table, but it is something that's continually looked at. In addition, we are still in an extension of our existing NPDES permit. I think it's the 5th-year extension, and I think I mentioned last year and even the year before at this annual public hearing that we're expecting a new permit draft to come out from the regional board. And right now, currently, we're expecting that by the end of this year, which will set the table anew for permit requirements and compliance, which will give a better feel for what kind of additional costs we're looking at. That information then can be used for any future efforts towards creating additional funding streams.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions of Mr. Klotzle on this item before I open the public hearing? All right. Hearing none, we'll open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers or folks who wish to be heard in the public hearing?
No comments on this item.
All right, hearing no comments or speakers, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn back to council for discussion.
Your Honor.
Craven.
Yes, this, as Mr. Klotzle said, this was adopted by the county and all the cities in the watershed before Prop 218 passed. And so without going to a vote of the people, we can't raise this fee. I do believe, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies has been trying, and since this is under the Clean Water Act, has been talking at the federal level until just recently about having this change, and they've also talked at the state level about having it made so it's a fee similar to water fees for rates based on the size of your property and the runoff. Those talks all of a sudden in March are going nowhere. So that will maybe be a discussion for future years. But in the meantime, I can certainly support adopting this.
All right. Are there any comments from or discussion from any other council members on this item? All right. Hearing none, perhaps it would be appropriate time to entertain a motion.
I'll move the suggested action.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second on the suggested action. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Molshay?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Trembly?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. That now brings us to item 19A, a review of the capital improvement program for fiscal year 2020-25. And we are, the City Council is jointly meeting with the Planning Commission. I'm going to reopen the meeting of the Successor Agency, and Mrs. Craven.
I will reopen the meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board.
All right, so I think we have all hands on deck, so to speak. And I'm going to turn it over at this point, I think, to Mr. Matsuoka or Mr. Clifford to go ahead and start us with this presentation. I would like to have some guidance on whether or not staff intends for this to be interactive. If we have questions that come up during the course of this, can we go ahead, either the planning commissioners or the council, subject to Mr. Murphy on the planning commission side, I guess. I'm not quite sure how we run this. Whether it's supposed to be interactive or are we going to wait until you get to the end of the presentation? Do you have some guidance for us on this?
It would be better to have the questions at the end.
Better to have the questions at the end. Okay. All right. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, my name is Ken Matsuoka with Public Works Capital Improvements. Today we'll review the...
I have a hard time hearing.
Very difficult to hear you.
Are you able to hear me? Better?
A way to uptick your mic a little bit.
All right.
The volume.
Today we'll review the fiscal year 2020-2025 Capital Improvement Program. Okay, not moving forward. There we go. Oh, no. The map shows the project locations from the CIP throughout the city. The updated CIP includes 71 projects in the current and next 5 fiscal years. 68 are in years 1 through 5. 50 of these projects are active. Additionally, 14 are future projects and 8 are closeout projects. There's a total project cost of just over $258 million, not including projects in the future category. And this is how we propose to cover tonight's presentation. We have the significant projects for this year, or significant topics for this year, new projects, projects removed from the CIP, highlighted projects, and we'll have some time for questions at the end. We have a number of significant topics to go over this year. These topics we'll cover in the next few slides, and it's staff time costs were added to projects, projects that were postponed, general fund projects, and CIP reserve policy. So as was discussed last year, costs for staff time were added this year. The schedules for 21 projects were shifted outwards to leave staff workload capacity for higher priority projects, which are scheduled in early years of the 5-year CIP. This effectively smooths out the workload curve of the 5-year CIP, so estimated staff time expenses in the 5-year CIP are relatively consistent year to year. The backlog of projects that we maintained in the past has been shifted out into future years. In order to minimize impacts of general fund, these 3 projects are recommended to be postponed by 2 years. The postponement would move most of the general fund impact out by 2 years to year 3, fiscal year 22-23. It would also allow more time to assess the impacts of the current COVID-19 crisis on the city's finances, and the project will be reevaluated in next year's CIP update. We also have a correction to the courthouse property reuse project. What was shown in the binder is missing design costs in year 3, which will increase the project budget by $100,000 since this correction has been made after this council meeting. For the City Hall Council Chambers project, remodel project, and the City Hall office expansion, the design contracts have already been budgeted, and staff is proposing completing design, then shelving the design so the project can be bid at a later date. Shelving the project after the completion of design would reduce startup costs in the future when the project is ready to be resumed. We'll be returned to council in a few months to present an update regarding the council chambers remodel project. Now, this table shows the general fund and general fund economic development reserve fund portions of the listed projects. Other funding sources are not shown in this table. You'll notice none of these projects are programmed in year one, and only a portion of the Dizdar Park renovations and former fire station is scheduled in year two. Shifting of the project schedules out of year one was a priority in developing this year's CIP to minimize impacts to the general fund. You'll notice that there are large expenses in years 3 and 4, most of which are from the Camarillo Hills drain replacement. And we'll talk more about the general fund impacts in the upcoming slides. Staff is currently in the design phase of the Camarillo Hills drain replacement at Ventura Boulevard, which involves replacement of a deteriorating reinforced concrete box drainage channel under the Ventura Boulevard and Las Posas Road intersection. Because of the condition of the structure, this project needs to happen sooner than later, and preliminary design is nearly complete. Construction costs of approximately $13 million are shown to be funded by general fund in years 3 and 4. These costs are significantly higher than last year's placeholder cost estimates because additional information has been learned through the preliminary design phase currently underway. Original construction methods used to estimate last year's cost estimate were found not to be feasible. Additionally, traffic control and project phasing estimates were increased after further review. Staff is also pursuing grant funding, and general obligation bonds may also be an option for funding this project. Since the city budgets a portion of the future project expenses each year, basically saving up for the project, in accordance with city policy, next year's general fund budget will be impacted to save up for this project, even though these expenses are in years 3, 4, and 5. I'm going to hand off the presentation to Mark Uribe, Interim Finance Director, to explain how that works and how CIP projects impact the general fund and how a potential policy change can be implemented to reduce general fund impacts this year. Mark.
Matsuoka, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is there any way you can still get a little bit closer to your microphone because it is becoming more difficult to hear you?
Just talk louder.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see if I can speak up a little more. Can you hear me okay?
That's better.
Okay, great. So I wanted to get up and talk a little bit about the funding policy as it relates to the CIP. So the city currently has a CIP reserve policy, 3.05, that talks about the capital improvement fund. And for the projects that are being funded by general fund monies, we do have a policy that says, I'm not going to read from the slide that states exactly what the policy says, but on the lower part where it says discretionary sources is, if we could just replace that with the wording, if the project is scheduled to start in year 1 of the plan, then the balance should be 100%. So, and then you go down the line, if the project is to start in year 5 of the plan, then the balance should be 20%. So basically the intent of this policy is to set aside 20% per year for 5 years so that in year 5, when the project is scheduled to start, we'll have all of the monies available and set aside. So an example of that is if we took a hypothetical project, let's call it Project A, total project cost is $1 million, scheduled to start in year 5. The yellow line shows the general fund reserve requirement, which we would set aside $200,000 in year 1, $200,000 in year 2, and so on, until we get to year 5 where we have the full $1 million and ready to start the project. So now here's a real example. When we talk about the example of the Cam Hills Drain project that Mr. Matsuoka just mentioned. So this is from the current CIP, which was adopted last year. The total project cost was estimated at $6.4 million, and as Mr. Matsuoka explained already, that the project estimate had gone up. But I'm going to focus on the general fund portion and how this set-aside works. So the project scheduled to start in year 3, the general fund line in the red box is a $2.5 million cost to the general fund. So because it starts in year 3, we would have had to have 60% of it set aside. So rather than just dividing that $2.5 million by 5 and $500,000 per year, we got to start in year one with a $1.5 million set aside, and then $500,000 in year two and $500,000 in year three to be able to have the $2.5 million funding in year three. So then if we fast forward to this current proposed 5-year plan, you see that in year three, the cost is now from $2.5 million to the general fund to $12.6 million. So what that does is in year one, rather than $1.5 million of set aside requirement, we're looking at $7.6 million of general fund requirement. And part of the reason I'm getting up and talking is partially to kind of illustrate the policy, and I think it's a good policy to set aside 20%. 20% per year for 5 years leading up so that we have the funds available, but also to kind of preface when we come back next week to talk about budget. We typically, when we do our budget, we look at a 5-year general fund outlook. And last year when we looked at the general fund for 5 years out, we were okay. Maybe there were a couple of years that we were looking at some deficits or use of reserves for projects, because projects tend to be the larger dollar items. When they impact general fund, this is what illustrates it. So when we come back to talk about budget this year, when we look at the 5-year, we're going to say, whoa, at this point in time, we have some pretty large deficits, and this is the example of how that can impact the general fund that we did not anticipate last year when we were talking about budget and looking 5 years out. So now taking that bottom line, I'll take that up to the next slide. That becomes the top of the next slide. There's the same picture. So that was the original proposed 5-year. And what we did in working in conjunction with Public Works Department is we said, hey, let's see if we can split that cost between years 3 and 4. So what that does is it brings down, it adds 1 extra year, or it reduces the amount that the general fund has to put forward in year 1 from $7.6 million to $6.3 million. So now, again, taking that, that was just one project, the Cam Hills Drain, and Mr. Matsuoka showed a slide of all the projects that are general funded, so that's this one here. So I'm going to apply the reserve policy, or set-aside policy, if you will, to this slide. But first off, let's start off with taking off that, the courthouse property reuse, the top line in the white chart. Because that one has a specific set-aside, a specific commitment of general fund dollars to pay for that project. So that is now not subject to this set-aside requirement, because those monies are already set aside through a general fund commitment. So taking that one off the table, now the yellow line shows a general fund reserve requirement of $6.8 million in year 1, 2.7 in year 2, 2.7 in year 3, and so on. So that's just an illustration of how these projects and the shuffling helps by shuffling and moving project costs out, how it can help impact the general fund when we start having budget discussions. These are a lot of the things that we consider when we're going through our budget reconciliations. And now, before anybody gets too scared that that $6.8 million money is going to be required in year 1, we do have about $6 million already in the fund. So that is not a $6.8 million requirement that the general fund has to come up with in year 1. Year 1 being next year, being the budget year that we're going to discuss next week. But there is approximately $6 million already sitting in that fund. So the general fund would only have to come up with another $800,000 in year 1, given this proposed CIP plan. One more thing I would mention that does have the potential to impact the general fund budget is when we have projects that you saw on a previous slide that are facilities funds, the City Hall office expansion and the City Council chambers, I think it was a remodel. Yes, City Council chambers remodel. Those projects are in facility funds, internal service funds that do not follow this policy. So in those projects, if there is a project for, let's say, $1 million in year 3, we are not setting aside 20% in the years leading up to that project. We allocate that money to the general fund in that year of the project. So that a project such as that coming online or experiencing an increase in cost estimates does result in an impact to that 1 year and not so much the set aside. So two a little bit different things, and we'll expand more when we get to the budget discussions, and I can answer more questions if that's not clear enough when we get to through the rest of the presentation. But that is an attempt to summarize the general fund impacts of the CIP program and the work that we've done so far to try and minimize those impacts. And then I'll turn it over to Mr. Matsuoka again.
Clicker, please, Mark. All right, thank you, Mark. This. Not getting it here. All right. Yeah. There we go. As previously discussed, this project has significant impacts to the city's budget due to project expenses in years 3 and 4. The city is pursuing grant funding and will consider general obligation bonds also. But another option is to reduce the impacts to the general fund by taking funding from another project. A possible funding source is the Camarillo corridor funding from the Dizdar Park renovations and former fire station project. The Dizdar Park renovations and former fire station project is nearing completion of the concept phase and is scheduled to begin design next fiscal year. The project budget has been updated from last year to reflect recent construction estimates. There are some general funds used in this project in the amount of $50,000. However, it should be noted that this project uses about $3 million of Camarillo corridor funds, which could be used to offset general fund impacts from the Camarillo Hills drain replacement project. We understand the importance of the Dizdar Park renovations and former fire station project and wanted to discuss several options for the council's input. In looking at options for Dizdar Park, we first have option number 1, which is to keep the Dizdar Park project as shown in the draft 5-year CIP before you, which is to proceed with the project design starting next fiscal year, and the project will remain funded with Camarillo corridor funds, and $50,000 of general fund will be used on the project going forward. Option 2 is to move the Dizdar Park project to the future years of the 5-year CIP, so approximately $3 million of Camarillo corridor funds can be used on the Camarillo Hills drain replacement project to offset general fund impacts on that project. Option 3 is to move forward with the site demolition and leave the site in a presentable condition, and design and construction work for the Dizdar Park project will be moved to future years of the 5-year CIP. And that would be so that approximately $2.7 million of Camarillo corridor funds can be used on the Camarillo Hills drain replacement project to offset general fund impacts on that project. Now, staff recommends option number 3, but we would like to get council's input regarding this, and probably be a good time to get council's input right now.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mrs. Craven, and yes, we should go ahead and take these as they come, please. Mrs. Craven.
Well, this was on my desk when I got here. I haven't had time to think about it. I don't think I have time to fully think something this big over tonight. I would rather have, excuse me, this discussion next week when we talk about the budget. In other words, I haven't had enough time to make a decision between these 3 things.
All right. Do other members of the council or planning commission want to comment?
Your Honor, I'll chime in real quick here. I agree. I'd like to have another week and kind of mull this over a little bit.
I would third that, and when it comes to, we're talking about rather large projects and a lot of money. I like to make these decisions in a greater context of what we're doing overall with the city's finances, because as of right now, we all have ideas as to where we're moving financially, but I haven't seen any hard numbers, and so I'm being asked to make decisions when effectively in the dark. To the greater context, financial context of the city.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I know we don't have all the information, and we're going to get a lot more when we look at the budget next week. But I think I've known for a few weeks that we're going to have to put some of these projects off, and this one was the obvious one to me. I don't have a problem making a decision on this one, but...
All right. And let me first ask before you, are there any comments from the Planning Commission, on the Planning Commission side?
I don't think we've had this on our desk, but I don't really see it as, correct me if I'm wrong, as a real Planning Commission item that we would weigh in on. It's for budgetary purposes.
All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. I'll second what my colleagues had to say. I'm not in a position to make a decision on this tonight because this is being presented to us. We need to have a better macro view, I guess. I'll sort of paraphrase what Mr. Mulchay said, with which I agree. I think we need a better macro view on this. I mean, we know we have the elephant in the room, right? And the elephant in the room is COVID-19 and the financial hits to the city's budget from COVID-19 and how we move forward from there. If I had to make a decision tonight, it would not be option 3. I would not agree. I'd probably go with option 2. But that's me speaking, and that's just my initial inkling, but I'd like to think about it some more. So we're not gonna give guidance on that one tonight, is what I'm hearing my colleagues say. We're gonna think about that some more between now and next week. Have I pretty much capsulized the consensus on that one?
Right. Mr. Mayor, may I offer a comment or two?
You bet, I think that's Mr. Talmadge.
Yes, it is. I concur with the previous discussion. This whole presentation about deferment, I think, is appropriate. However, this comes a bit out of the dark. Brand new, never saw anything like this. It's not in the capital improvement book that we got. And I understand the need for deferment, but I'm sitting here putting myself in option 3 here, and I'm saying, does it really make a whole lot of sense to tear up an existing park and move some buildings and then let it sit and nothing happen? That seems to me to be a terrible disservice to our citizens. And I think we need a broader context to really understand what does this kind of decision mean. To just say, yes, we need to do that storm drain improvement, concur. However, is this really the right answer? And I'm of the opinion it's not. Thank you.
Any other comments? From any of the other commissioners? I guess, Mr. Murphy, I should let you call for comments on your side.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have done that before. Do we have any other comments from my fellow commissioners?
No comment from Dave Etzel.
Is Beverly on? Beverly, can you hear us? Can we hear you? Really?
I have Beverly's comments, Colin.
Okay, thanks, Luis. I think Beverly's trying to connect audio right now.
All right.
Hey, Beverly.
All right. While Beverly is still trying to connect in on audio, perhaps we should go on. We can go on with the next set of slides or slides.
Move forward with.
Okay, sorry, Beverly. If you can hear us, we cannot hear you. So we'll move along.
All right. Matsuoka, can we move on to the next?
Okay. So the next slide here is pavement management plan. Last year's CIP included an annual budget for pavement management or pavement of $5 million. And however, due to the current economic situation, the budget for pavement projects is being reduced from $5 million down to $4 million in year one of the CIP. And we're proposing leaving it at the $4 million per year in out years until we do the update to the pavement management plan. And that will generate options for funding levels. Now, how this will happen is that we'll be updating the pavement management plan in the next year or so, and we'll be reviewing the schedule of paving projects and funding options. We will then come back to council for input on the updated pavement management plan. We don't anticipate a significant change in pavement condition in the short term. However, after several years, there may be a change in pavement condition, but we'll present options when we update the pavement management plan. Now we're going to switch.
Your Honor?
Let's take time now. We're going to go on this on a section by section basis, and I want to go ahead and interrupt for any questions.
Your Honor, I thought that during the last council meeting, we told the contractor to stop work for the current year, which isn't reflected in this slide. Did I remember that wrong?
No, I think it's somewhat different under ST50. The annual resurfacing project I think you're referring to is 5017. Maybe Mr. Matsuoka or Mr. Klotzle?
This was just, that last meeting was to pause the project, not to cancel it. It was just to pause the project during the current COVID crisis. And when the restrictions are lifted, we would resume the project. So it's just hitting the pause button for a short period on that project.
If I recall correctly, that project is about 20% complete, and the principal reason people said put a hold on that project for right now is because of our emergency action taken relative to recreational vehicles and other vehicles being parked on the streets right now, and that would, during the course of the declared emergency, would really interfere with that contractor moving forward. And I think we also, if I recall correctly, and Mr. Matsuoka or Mr. Klotzle, you can correct me if I'm wrong, in the middle of that contract, and there's really not a way to and the funds have already been all committed a long time ago, and they were principally, I believe, SB1 funds and TDA Article 8 funds. So it was not a hit on the general fund. So they said keep on going. Have I pretty much summarized it correctly?
Mr. Mayor, yes, you have. That's correct.
Okay, thank you for refreshing my recollection.
No problem. Any other questions from any council members or commissioners? Okay. All right, keep going, Mr. Matsuoka, please.
Okay. The first new projects we'll discuss are the Springville Bike Path Phase 2 and the Central Avenue Bike Lane projects, which are a result of splitting the existing Springville Bike Path project into 3 separate projects in order to take advantage of grant funding we have available now for the Springville Bike Path Phase 1, which we're currently designing. The projects are shown here in order of relative timing. We have proposing to do the work. You can see the map and the limits of work for each of the phases. There's Central, Springville Phase 1, and Springville Phase 2. The Springville Bike Path Phase 2 from Las Posas to Springville has a total budget of $2.3 million and is scheduled to start design in fiscal year 22-23. And the Central Avenue Bike Lane project has a total budget of $3.2 million and is scheduled to start design in fiscal year 24-25. As there's development work going on in the area, staff is coordinating with the developer in the area to do additional coordination on the project. Okay, next project is the Springville Well E. It's a new well in the northwest corner of the Springville Drive and US 101 freeway interchange area to replace the existing well D, which is near the end of its useful life. And you can see the well D location and the well E location. The existing well D is being rehabilitated to extend its life as best as we can until a replacement can be drilled. However, water output is reduced and a new well will need to be drilled. Keeping the well operational is beneficial as it reduces our need to buy expensive imported water. The anticipated project budget is $4.4 million, and design is scheduled to begin in fiscal year 21-22 with construction in fiscal year 22-23. This new project for electrical upgrades for the Airport Well 3 site are improvements to make it compliant with OSHA regulations, as well as upgrade SCADA controls and to standardize the connections for emergency generator hookup. The budget is $310,000 and is scheduled to be in construction in fiscal year 21-22. Daily Drive 101 sewer improvements. The proposed project expands the scope of the existing Daily Drive sewer project to include a new sewer pipeline under the US 101 freeway, as the existing sewer pipeline crossing the freeway is operating above its design capacity and needs to be upsized to meet proper capacity requirements. The project schedule was also moved forward to reflect the higher priority of this work, and design is currently underway. The project is being coordinated with the conference center development so that as much as feasible is built with the construction of the conference center sewer pipeline, which is currently underway. Now we're going to talk about projects removed from the CIP.
Well, before we go there, actually, Mr. Matsuoka, I'd like to ask council members or commissioners if they have questions on any of the projects that you just presented. That's all right. Do any members of the council have questions on the projects that or commissioners have questions on the projects that we just covered?
Your Honor, I have a question.
Please.
On the bike path, are we still looking for increased funding mechanisms?
Yes, we are.
Any updates on that?
There's a call for projects that's coming out, and we will look at that. However, we're looking also at our TMF program to assist with funding for that too.
Are there other questions? I have a couple of comments, and this is, no fault of yours, it's the first time I've seen these slides. But with regard to the Springville bike path, and I'm looking through my binder, and it looks like an approximate $2.7 million expenditure in 21-22. To me, personally, that seems, I would rather that be pushed out because of I'll just say economic uncertainty at this point. To me, that is not as important as repairing either A, deteriorated infrastructure like Camarillo drain, or B, where there needs to be an upgrading of capacity in the short term. And with regard to that, I don't have a comment on well E, but with regard to the Daily Drive 101 freeway, I'm not hearing you say that that infrastructure is deteriorating. What I heard you say, I believe, was that, to paraphrase it, it needs an upgrading of capacity given the pending conference center project. But that calls for an expenditure of $2 million in the next fiscal year in 2021, and then $5 million in 2021-22. I think personally that we ought to look seriously at pushing that out farther, unless you tell me that the capacity in that line is really at a max capacity from an SSMP standpoint. But I'm not hearing you say that.
Yes, it's above its design capacity, so we would need to do that sooner than later. It's above where we'd like it to be for that sewer line. Now, one other thing about the
Hang on just a second. Yeah, I just want to finish my thought, please. My personal opinion is that those are two projects that should be pushed out even farther. So thanks for letting me finish my thoughts.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a question. And this has to do with Mr. Matsuoka, the 101 freeway northbound auxiliary lanes. Is there, I noticed that a lot will be spent on that project in year 3, and a little bit of work has been done design-wise in this current fiscal year. Is that a study to determine the locations that project will involve?
Yes, the current work is more of a study. Following the Caltrans process, there's many steps that are involved, and what we're looking at is the next step would be more of an environmental type step, and we're not even getting to design yet. The first step that we're working on right now is a very conceptual level study. We have a future slide on that too towards the end of this presentation.
Okay.
So we'll be talking about that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from either council members or commissioners?
I'd like to go back to your comments, Your Honor.
Good.
Okay, now, was that what's called the, well, I don't know what it was called, but it's the along Daily Drive, the, I'm trying to find it here.
Were you referring to
sewer improvements along Daily Drive and then cutting under the freeway to the conference center? Is that what you were talking about?
Sanitary, the Daily Drive 101 freeway sanitary improvement.
Yes, sewer improvements, it says. Okay. I had thought that we had a presentation on that not long ago, and that was something that is over capacity, over design capacity. There's been a lot of development up in that area that's coming into there, and so my feeling has been for a while that it really needs to be worked on now. But that doesn't come from general fund money. That comes from Fannie money, and we have it, I thought. So if he's going to answer your questions or thought, I'd like to just have that thrown into the mix.
Yeah, maybe we can get some clarification from Mr. Matsuoka on that one. Please.
That is correct. There are different funding sources. The sewer project is coming out of Sandy funds. The bike trail is coming out of other types of funds related to TDA. Not TDA, TMF, I mean, those kind of funds, as well as we're looking for grant funds too. But they are totally separate types of funds.
Your Honor, could I just finish then?
Yes, please.
So my thought is, I agree with you 100% on the bike paths. That money, whatever we pay, is going to be out of general fund, and it's very iffy for grant funding. I don't know what we get, but I do believe, so I agree with you on that. On the other hand, on the what's called the Daily Drive 101 freeway sewer improvements, I think those are necessary, and so before we push those back, depending upon, based on what one or two council members said, I think we need a more thorough discussion of that.
Yeah, I would welcome that, and I think we should have a further, very detailed discussion on that on April 29th.
Connor?
Angela.
Yeah, I think the piece that's making this really difficult is that we need to know what's funded and what's not funded, and how. Because I look at, I'm looking at the bike paths, and I see that they're essentially funded by TMF, CMAQ. So, if we're going to shut the projects around and with the goal of trying to preserve our general fund, then I think we need to make sure that the projects we're pushing out are actually pulling funds from the general fund, not things that are funded in other ways.
maybe one of the challenges here, thanks, Mr. Angelo, I think maybe one of the challenges here is that in terms of the presentation slides, that we're all seeing for the first time, one of the things I'm struggling with is I'm flipping through my binder trying to go to the funding sources projects, and they're not visually displayed. So you can see where the source of funding is coming from. And my thought would be that at the meeting next week, that we have some very explicit columns on funding sources. So, for example, on Daily Drive 101 freeway sewer improvements, which is noted as SS-10-03 in our binders.
I can't even find it.
That there is information on that.
SO5.
Not really. It's very difficult to discern how that project is going to be funded.
So tell them. It's all existing funds.
So that's a way of saying that I agree with you, Susan.
Those are all existing SANI funds.
Information on how these are being funded.
That's all at the bottom of S05 under the funding source. It shows the SANI funds that are there, and that will not affect general fund. It's existing SANI funds.
It's very difficult for me to hear you right now. Could you speak up?
It's hard to hear you.
Tony, I can't hear you either.
I'm not on mute.
Shout at us.
Okay, it's existing SANI funds. So for this Daily Drive 101, and it's on page S05 at the bottom of the page. So there are no general funds involved in this project.
Well, that was not clear to me in reading this. So, in reading this particular, and we're going through this for the very first time. That's not clear to me at the bottom of the page. And so I think I'm certainly, and I'm just one of five, but I'm going to need some more assistance from you in pinpointing the sources of funding for each of these projects.
Your Honor? When somebody makes the presentation and you refer to the packet, could you maybe verbalize what page you're on? It might help me to follow a little better.
So, for example, thanks, Mr. Kildee. Right now, I'm on page S05, which was the Daily Drive 101 freeway sewer improvement. And it's known as Project SS-10-03.
It's under the Sanitary tab.
Your Honor, in the past, we've had, and I know it's different because we're on Zoom this year, but in the past for this presentation, staff has gone through their slides. Then we have started at the beginning of the packet and gone through page by page and asked our questions. Was that what staff was thinking we were going to do tonight after a brief overview? And somehow we got into the questions, or was the slide presentation and questions on those projects intended to be it?
There were a couple of spots where we were going to maybe take a pause and ask a couple of questions, but the idea was to have the questions at the end as much as possible.
And have them go through page by page.
And if you'd like to go page by page with those questions, we can do that.
All right, well, we've probably exhausted ourselves on this particular item for now. Maybe, I guess my suggestion would be, unless there's objection, why don't we have Mr. Matsuoka continue his presentation. I'm hopeful that you'll take a couple more breaks during the course of the presentation that we can ask questions, and then we can go back at the end and go through this again. Mrs. Craven, does that sound okay to you?
I think that's probably the best way to do it.
Good, good. Mr. Murphy, that sound okay with you?
Yes, that's great. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, Ken.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Matsuoka, please proceed.
One other thing is on page 10 of the binder, that has a table that shows the general fund impact projects. So if you look at page 10, that may help you there because that has all the projects that are general fund from the book. It's all pulled out into that one page.
That's helpful. Thank you.
project, tell them what page it is in the CIP.
Okay. Okay. All right, we'll get to projects that are removed from the CIP. The first phase of the Old Town LED retrofit project was completed in December 2016. It was essentially a bulb replacement project for streetlights on Ventura Boulevard. However, this second phase of the decorative LED streetlights retrofit project, which included lights on Arneal Bridge and the city-owned parking lots and the Metrolink parking lot, was removed from the CIP because staff analyzed the costs versus the savings, and we found that the payback period would be about 26 years, and the entire fixture needs to be replaced in most cases in the second phase. And the payback in energy savings no longer becomes feasible, and because it's longer than the life of the fixture. So the project is uneconomical for replacement. The next project here is the Los Pozos Road Bike Lanes project. It was removed because this project scope is to be included in the existing Los Pozos Road widening to 6 lanes project, as was previously discussed at the 3/27/19 council meeting. The Los Pozos Road dual left onto westbound Daly was removed because a recent traffic analysis was performed and was projecting future traffic volumes, and it indicated that the project was not necessary. The Mission Oaks sewer replacement project, it was removed because staff conducted additional inspections of the pipeline and found that the replacement of the pipe was not necessary at this time. It will be evaluated during future routine sewer inspections to determine if its condition warrants any improvements. The SCADA upgrades phase 1, that was at the wastewater treatment plant. It was removed as improvements were able to be postponed and incorporated into a larger SCADA upgrades project scheduled for fiscal year 22-23. Now we're going to be talking about some highlighted CIP projects. In order to meet the anticipated, well, this is on page D05 under the Drainage tab. In order to meet the anticipated Regional Water Quality Control Board requirements under the upcoming Municipal Stormwater NPDES permit, staff is estimating a $130,000 effort for a preliminary study in fiscal year 22-23 on possible stormwater treatment technologies. Depending on final permit conditions, there may be a large potential compliance cost in the future in the order of tens of millions of dollars for stormwater treatment infrastructure. However, because the final permit language is unknown at this time, staff has included a placeholder number of $32 million for anticipated cost in future years 6 through 20 of the CIP. The Los Pozos Road widening to 6 lanes project. Staff plans to return to council in summer to discuss this project in more detail and present the results of the widening study. However, we want to provide a brief update at this point. This project widens Los Pozos Road from Ventura Boulevard to Pleasant Valley Road to address increased traffic from new development, both locally and regionally. This stretch of Los Pozos is an important arterial to the region, connecting Pleasant Valley Road to local shopping and commercial districts, as well as US 101. The city's consultant has finalized the traffic study and developed conceptual plans in coordination with projects at the Camarillo Airport, as well as multiple capital improvement projects, including the incorporation of the Los Pozos bike lane project. The total budget for the project is anticipated to be $10.4 million, and the project estimate has been updated with an anticipated construction cost of $7.8 million. Construction is anticipated to be funded with traffic mitigation funds. Now, due to funding limitations, this project has been moved to fiscal year 23-24 for final design and future years for construction. Now, the 101 northbound auxiliary lanes project. That's page T01. It's on our transportation tab. This is our last project to present on tonight. I'm going to talk about this auxiliary lane project, and staff was given the direction to develop solutions the city can implement regarding congestion on the 101 freeway. The scope of the project, as currently shown in the draft 5-year CIP before you, includes the construction of auxiliary lanes, which are lanes that connect on-ramps with off-ramps in the northbound direction between Santa Rosa Road and Central Avenue. Also included is on-ramp metering signals at select locations in both northbound and southbound directions. These improvements do not truly widen the freeway with additional general purpose lanes, and widening would include more of a significant environmental review and additional costs. But these improvements are considered operational improvements that we're proposing here, and it would help with vehicle flow under certain conditions. Staff has completed the preliminary design report required by Caltrans as the first step in moving the project forward. This report evaluated the project on technical terms and increased our understanding of the project's technical requirements by Caltrans and potential costs. As a result, staff has updated the total project cost to $105 million. A project of this scope is very complex and usually requires significant local funds to leverage federal funds. At this time, the project is funded through a portion of the design phase with local funds. And construction costs are shown in future years of the 5-year CIP, as these project costs are unfunded, and the time frame to get to construction is beyond the 5 years of the CIP. Now, after close coordination with Caltrans and VCTC regarding possible state and federal funding opportunities, it is unlikely that the required grant funding will be available for the city to move forward with completing this project. Looking at possible solutions going forward, staff has summarized 3 options. Option 1 includes moving forward with the project scope as shown in the draft 5-year CIP. If this option was chosen, staff would come back to council to award environmental and design support contracts for the environmental phase for an estimated cost of about $3 million. This amount will be funded with traffic mitigation funds. Design and construction will be unfunded. Option 2 includes continuing the staff's close coordination with VCTC as part of VCTC's own project to widen the freeway from Thousand Oaks to Ventura. And this project is called the US 101 Improvements Project. And to continue to emphasize that the city of Camarillo should be prioritized for the first phase of construction of the VCTC project, as it's common knowledge that the Camarillo crawl affects all those in the region. This would require some consultant contracts for support and staff time. That would be estimated at about $500,000. The time frame for eventual improvements could be at least 10 years and could be possibly 20 or 30 years. But there are many factors that can influence those estimates. Funds already earmarked in TMF could be used as a contribution to the larger VCTC project. Option 3 is to reduce the scope of the project to include just on-ramp metering signals at select locations with no other improvements. This would cost $6 million to $8 million for ramp metering in select locations, with the assumption that Caltrans would allow such improvements without adding additional scope. That would be like widening a ramp to 2 lanes, which is a risk. And the project would take several years to begin construction. The benefit would, again, be more operational in that it doesn't provide the fix required to add enough lanes on the freeway to increase capacity, but rather helps the flow of traffic by limiting cars entering the freeway during conditions when the freeway is still flowing somewhat. During times of gridlock, the on-ramp metering of vehicles would become much less effective. Caltrans would be operating the signal timing, and there is some risk that on-ramp metering could affect local traffic and causing vehicles to build up in a queue on the ramp enough to back up onto city streets. Given the lack of funding to be able to move forward with the city project for auxiliary lanes and the unfavorable cost-benefit ratio for a ramp metering project, staff recommends option 2, which includes revising the CIP document to reflect coordination with VCTC for a first phase project in Camarillo at an estimated cost of $500,000 to assist with design, and the $4.5 million in construction contribution in future years, all with traffic mitigation funds. Staff is now asking for council's input on this project.
Your Honor.
Mrs. Craven.
Yes, we had some discussion on this. It might have been at the mid-year budget review. I don't remember, but it's been a couple months ago. And I've given this one a lot of thought. And I had written on this page, T01, scrap it. But I've given this a lot more thought than the other thing I said I hadn't had time to think about. I could go with option 2 or just completely scrap the whole thing. Those would be my option. But I don't see with something being $105 million that's not our project. It's Caltrans' project. They would run it and everything else, just as they did the other widening we did there at Dawson and that bridge. This would be the third time we have done something and then turned around and handed it to Caltrans, the first one being the Carmen Drive Bridge. I just can't go for it. I think we've given way too much money to Caltrans and too much for projects that they should be funding.
Are there other questions or
Your Honor.
Council members? Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this a lot too, and the amount of money that it's going to take, I think, is just, we don't even really know how to budget it. If you're talking 8 to 10 years out, there's no way that you could even budget about what this would cost here. If you look at the federal government, they keep talking about a transportation bill, and they've been talking about that for several years now, and we haven't really seen much movement on that, and especially now with the amount of money that they're spending now on trying to get the economy back together, which I support. Obviously, we need to get the economy back together, and I just don't see how any way, shape, or form that this is going to happen. I hope I'm wrong, but this is an awful lot of money here, and we don't have a way for VCTC, to my knowledge, to leverage the funds that they've got. And this is just an awful lot of money here, and I think we really need to take a hard look as to whether or not we want to go forward with this. And I just don't see the feasibility of this at this particular time.
Other comments?
Yeah, I'll go. Yeah, this is, you know, we have money, we have reserves. We don't have auxiliary lane money in terms of $105 million. I agree with both Kevin and Charlotte that this is not just our problem. It's not just one that we contribute to, traffic on the 101. It's one that Thousand Oaks, Oxnard, Ventura, the family of four, going from LA up to Santa Barbara for the weekend. We all contribute to it. And so in that, it can't be one that's burdened by Camarillo and Camarillo taxpayers to try to alleviate it on our own. We certainly can't muster and or do the heavy lifting of a $100+ million project like this. And for something that just continues, to Kevin's point, it just continues to increase and increase. And if this is a 7 to 8 year project out, I can tell you there's only one direction that number is going to go, and it's going to be up and up and up. And so with that, I think we've got to take a more coordinated, more broad approach. And if there is any potential solution to this, then I think it is number 2, in coordinating with VCTC and working with them and taking a more partnered, broader approach and trying to address this.
Yeah, I agree with everybody. I think it's unrealistic for us to look at the size of and the cost of this project, especially at this point. I would support number 2 as well.
Yeah, I would support number 2, but I will tell you, though, I'm having difficulty reconciling the spreadsheets that we were given, and specifically page 201, and the transportation sheet, because those sheets showed expenditures in years 2 and 3, total project cost of $1.5 million, and I'm not able to reconcile those numbers with the numbers that you've provided. But I don't think that matters in the long run here. I don't think these numbers match up. But in any event, I'm far more inclined to go for option 2 for the reasons that have already been articulated by the other council members. Maybe I should. Are there questions by the commissioners or comments on the commissioner's side?
Yes, Your Honor, I have a comment for Mr. Matsuoka. We talked a little bit about the study that's underway right now. When will that study be available, and will that shed some light on the benefit to the community? Will it include some preliminary traffic studies or level of service and that sort of thing, so we would know what we're looking at?
Well, are we talking about the VCTC study?
No, I'm talking about the study that's shown as being conducted in this fiscal year of $112,000. It shows a current expenditure year, fiscal year 1920, of $112,000 for design and $35,000 for administration. So that was the study I was referring to earlier that I think you said was underway, or maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah,
is that underway, and when are the results of that study expected, if it is?
We can make it available as soon as we package it up. And however, it's a very technical study. So someone that's familiar with freeway operations is really going to be having a look at it. Prior to us being more involved in this project, it would have been difficult for us to even do that, because we usually don't do freeway widenings. There's a whole different language involved in Caltrans speak, if you want to call it that. But we can make it available.
So it's done now?
There is a report that is currently done, and we can make that available.
Okay. And then I guess I shouldn't spend too much time on this, but did that study help generate these year 2, year 3 construction expenditures?
Yes, the information that we received from our consultant helped us develop the cost estimates that are shown in the book. The options that we described in the slides here, option 1 is really what's shown in the book.
Okay. Well, yeah, just out of my curiosity, anyhow, if you could make that available, I can fall asleep after 10 minutes of study and trying to make some sense out of it, I guess.
Sure, we can make it available, and we'll let you know when it is.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question, comment.
Please.
As I look at this project, I'm astounded at the numbers, but that's very typical of Caltrans and looking at freeway projects. I would concur with the comments made already by the council that this is a huge bite to chew, and it's not sure that it's really our apple to chew on. But the question that I raise in my mind, okay, we're talking about freeway northbound auxiliary lanes for dealing with traffic. What about the southbound? When's that one going to come up? We've done improvements to southbound freeway, but if we say there's all this traffic going north, well, those people have to come back sometime. So what are we going to do in the south for southbound lanes? That could impose a pretty significant impact. So just curious about that.
Okay. The VCTC project would be the one where we would count on to fix both sides of the freeway. However, we had to pick between northbound and southbound just because there's even the northbound is over $100 million. So we would have no chance at both northbound and southbound. So we were trying to make our decision on pick the one that we can have the most impact. And the northbound is the one that has the largest amount of traffic.
Okay. I have other questions on other projects, but I'll wait till we get to another question and answer period. Thank you.
Klotzle?
Yes, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, if I could add a couple comments and possibly provide a little context for this project, in that it does have some history. Council could recall at least 2, maybe even 3 years ago, I can't recall exactly which studies, it was a goal-setting meeting where, as Mr. Matsuoka indicated, staff has been given direction by council to look at what could the city do, if anything, to alleviate some of the congestion on the 101. And that's where this project really got born out of, is let's take the first step and look at what it would take to make some, and again, they're operational improvements, not capacity improvements, these auxiliary lanes. And so that's the direction this project has been in the CIP for at least 2 years. And that was the first step, is to do this preliminary design report through Caltrans to take the first look at what it would really take. And as we've gone through that, as has already been touched on, both the level of design and environmental effort, and then the extraordinary construction cost, along with the funding challenges and the lack of funding that's available. Staff has met, we actually met with the director of District 7 at Caltrans to talk about the chances of getting some funding for this type of improvement sooner and get a project out there before the VCTC large-scale project would happen, which is years and years out. So anyway, just wanted to provide that context where this project originated and where we've come to tonight. And right now, we're at a critical juncture to basically make the decision on move forward in some respect with these large dollar amounts program for moving forward with the design, or take a coordination approach with VCTC in some level of participation, very minor level of participation with the VCTC project, basically positioning Camarillo for as early action as possible for some improvements within that project. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of context. Maybe, I don't know if that was helpful or not, but some of the life of this project. But and that's why it's been presented as it is on TO1, showing continuing with design in years 2 and 3, because that's how the project has been tracking. But now we're at this critical juncture where we are looking for some specific direction on which way to go. You know, whether that's decided here tonight, this is another item we can bring back more information next Wednesday night for overall discussion in the now with the challenges of funding.
All right. Well, if you put it to us that way, I think I've heard a consensus from council members on this, but perhaps let's just make sure and clarify. Ms. Craven, you want to start us off?
Number 2.
All right. Other council members?
Number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2, but I have my doubts with that as well.
All right, and number 2, and I also have some doubts, but number 2. So I think that gives you the guidance that you are seeking on this particular item.
It does.
Where are we in the presentation?
We are at the questions stage.
The all-important question stage. Okay. So we have some directions we can go in at this point. Craven, I'm returning to your original discussion. I don't know if, and Mr. Murphy, please chime in on behalf of the commission here. I don't know whether or not we want to go through on a page-by-page or perhaps a topic-by-topic set of questions or comments. And by topic, I mean transportation, water, sanitary, storm drainage, et cetera. Mrs. Craven, did you have in mind going page by page?
That's the way we've done it in the past, but if we go section by section, if anybody has a question marked on a certain page, we'd hit it.
I'm thinking, the other council members, Ms. Santangelo?
Before we do that, could we look at page 10 and look at...
Which page 10?
It's the very, very beginning section, introduction, page 10.
Is that the 5-year general fund projects, summary all categories?
Correct.
Sure, let's do that. Mr. Murphy, is that okay with the commission? Well, I'm not hearing you.
Yeah, it's sounds good to me.
Okay.
Yeah, the only reason I wanted to look at that first is if well, these are the ones that, unless I'm looking at it wrong, that we might, want to look at changing or pushing back.
So do you want to start us off and discuss what you think about that page?
So it looks like, if you look at the next 2 years, there's really not much coming out of general fund.
Now, to me, it looks like the big hit is in year 3,
Yeah.
or 22-23, with the Camarillo Hills drain replacement at Ventura Boulevard project. And Mr. Uribe has already walked us through the general fund reserve requirements on that. And if I recall correctly, well, he's already walked us through the general fund reserve requirements on that.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a question.
Please.
I know we've and regarding its impacts with the COVID-19 shutdown and going on into the future. But the TMF, which is a traffic mitigation fees, which is, I understand, is development driven. So the fees that are sort of projected to be coming in those 5-year plan years, could that possibly also be impacted with the economy landscape changing?
That's a question for staff, I think, to respond to. Thank you.
Sure, I'll take a stab at that one. The traffic mitigation fee program, yes, is developer contributions as development projects come through. And as a side note, we are in the process of updating that, and the plan is to come back to council with a presentation on the draft proposal of a revised TMF program, essentially born out of the need to update the list of projects. Quite a few of the projects have been completed. Some of the projects, one was mentioned tonight that was on the TMF, is the dual left turns at northbound Los Pozos onto westbound Daly is no longer needed, so that'll come off the list. Anyway, an update to the whole TMF program. And there is currently, I believe, between $8 and $10 million, I don't have a full number off the top of my head, of current TMF money in hand that's already been collected. So quite a few of these projects that are funded with TMF before you in the CIP are funds on hand that have been already collected through the TMF program. And then the proposed update to the TMF will include collecting additional funds as future land development projects come forward. So long answer to your question being that, yes, the additional TMF money to add to the existing money that we already have is dependent on land development projects moving forward. For instance, the 2 properties on the south side of the 101 at Springville, and then there's some other vacant yet to be developed properties, thinking of the Camarillo Village Homes property. There's some commercial mixed use vacant property on Village at the Park at Pettit that's yet to be developed. So yes, that additional TMF money would only be coming in when those projects develop. So as typical of the development world, is subject to the economy and other factors, so that would have an impact on the future additional TMF funds. And obviously, we wouldn't be spending those monies unless we had them in hand.
Your Honor, can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Is there a way to know if when I'm looking through this book, if I see, like for Springville Bike Path Phase 1, and I see the TMF funds, $50,000, is there a way to know if that is already collected in hand versus?
A general answer is those projects that have TMF funding in the early years would be coming out of that $8 to $10 million that we already have on hand. So without having an exact breakdown for you, what we have shown in the CIP is the projected TMF funds that we anticipate to receive as development comes in, and we give it our best guess on when those developments are going to occur, and the amount of TMF that's going to generate. So as far as a planning document for the CIP to show this project is in the traffic mitigation fee program, and each year as we update the CIP, we look at what the fund balance is and what projects will be funded in especially in their early first years with TMF, and then adjust accordingly each year as depending on the funds that are available.
Okay. So like when I look at this, I can count on that 50,000.
Yes.
Being available for this project.
Yes.
Can I suggest maybe what we should do is to deal with page 10, Susan, you brought this up, which is the summary of all categories, 5-year general fund projects. And once we've finished with any questions on that, then we could go through these rather than on a page by page. We just go through on a sector by sector or topic by topic set of questions. So transportation, then water and sanitary, et cetera. Is there any objection to doing it that way? Any objections from the?
No, I think that would be workable.
And any objections, Mr. Murphy? Any objections from the commission on doing it that way?
No objections from me. Anybody else?
I have a general question.
Okay.
Somewhat following some of that transportation. Does the city actually accrue monies in the water and sanitation funds based on connections? And if so, I think the same question we're asking about the transportation mitigation fund would apply to the sanitary and water funds for those projects. Can I hear a couple of words from staff about how that money is capitalized and where we stand? Is that how you fund the projects? Like for water and sanitation and things like that?
The answer to that is yes, that in the water operation and the sewer operation, there are capital connection fees related to development that are collected and are used for specific projects in both of those operations.
You take funds from rates and apply into the capital fund, or only the connection fees?
The connection fees are used against capital projects. If there is anything that is needed on top of what is collected in capital connection fees, then that does factor into the rate studies as part of the rate setting procedure.
Okay, but do you use rate money for funding capital projects?
Yes, because capital fees collected do not cover all of the anticipated capital improvements.
Okay. Thank you.
Beverly, I think we can hear you now. Did you have a question, comment?
Am I there?
Yes, you are. It's great to hear you.
Yeah. No, I would like to go through. I know, especially in transportation, there are a couple of the intersections that I would like a little more information on how those will be funded. They're not scheduled to like year 5, but I don't know what they're funded under. So I would love to go through section by section or in some way to get some of the things that haven't been talked about.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I think, I'm glad you hear you on audio. Here's what I propose. I propose we start with page 10, which is the 5-year general fund project, see if there's any questions on that. And then I would like to go back to page 9, which is the 5-year summary of unfunded projects, because I have a question on that. Then we would move to transportation, water, et cetera. Sound okay to everybody? Okay. Without objection, are there any questions on page 10?
Your Honor?
The fund project. Yes.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you mind at some point if we take like a 5-minute break at some point, your discretion?
He's muted.
You got to tell him. You just muted. Somebody tell him. Go ahead.
I second that.
Mayor, you're muted.
He's thinking about it.
You're still muted.
Mayor, you're muted.
We can't hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I unmuted myself. I apologize. Should we take that break now or take it in maybe 10, 15 minutes?
I'd like to do it now if you wouldn't mind.
This is a natural break point.
Let's take a break. It's 9:06. We're going to reconvene at 9:15. And okay? All right, 9:15 it is. We're in recess until 9:15.
Beverly's here.
Well, it looks like we have. Let's see. I think we have everybody back. All right, we're ready to go ahead and proceed. Coming out of break, I think what was to start with page 10, work back, objection, work back on page 9, because I wanted to cover that really quickly on the unfunded projects, and then we would go forward on a sector-by-sector basis. Any objection from anybody on that? Okay, let's start with page 10. Are there any questions on page 10?
Question on page 10?
Right, page 10. That's the summary of the 5-year general fund projects.
A question.
Go ahead, Mrs. Craven, sorry.
I wanted to ask, the money here in year 3, on the first line, the courthouse property, that money is committed, we have that money, how does that work?
Yes, that money is set aside in the general fund as a commitment. The policy that I talked about earlier about setting aside money in each year for 5 years.
Mark, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Okay, I think we're on now. To answer that question, the money for the courthouse property reuse is a separate commitment of fund balance. If you recall, there's a GASB pronouncement that allows us to commit different amounts of money in the general fund. One is for disaster preparedness. One of them is specifically for the court use property. So that money is separate from any of the general fund money that we talk about during budget as being available for expenditure, as the unrestricted monies or the uncommitted monies. So earlier when I was talking about the 20% per year set aside policy, that policy is directed at the unrestricted or uncommitted general fund balance monies. So when we're looking at this page 10 and we're thinking about this in terms of impacts to the general fund and the general fund budget, we could take that property court reuse off the table of that discussion because that money is already committed. You can also kind of use the word designated for that specific purpose. So that money is set aside in the general fund in a different pot of money. So with that slide and from the earlier presentation, you would see the impacts to the general fund because of that policy. So there we go. So when we talk about no expenditures or no projects in the first 2 years, recognize that because of the policy, we are setting aside money in years 1 and 2. And if we're going to start the discussion on this slide on page 10, suggestion would be to focus on the Cam Hills Drain project. That's the largest project by far. That's the one that has the impacts to the general fund. Once you remove the courthouse property that has its own set aside committed money, we're really only talking about the Cam Hills Drain and the set-asides in the years 1 and 2, and then for the $6.4 million in year 3 and $6.4 million in year 4, we're talking about that yellow line. $6.8 million in year 1, and then 2.7, 2.7, and 1.4 in the years 2, 3, and 4.
Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. Craven, did you have a follow-up? Because I had a question for Mark on this. All right, but Mark, notwithstanding that when you go to our balance sheet, it shows for the courthouse property reuse, it shows that money as part of a committed amount of general fund monies, we could also, the council could also decommit that money.
That is correct.
And utilize it generally speaking.
Correct.
For anything else that we wanted to use it for. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I don't think that the discussion should be limited to Camarillo Hills drain replacement. I mean, I personally would like to have a discussion on whether or not we want to just defer the courthouse property reuse indefinitely until we have a better idea of where things are going from a 2, 3, 4 year standpoint from the general fund. I don't know if other council members have a view or commission have a view on that, but.
Your Honor, it looks like we've deferred it for year 1 and year 2 through year 3. And I think that at that point it would be good to reassess it. But I don't know putting it out to year 5 would do any good.
I would agree that where it is right now, we don't have, it's not using any funds for the next 2 fiscal years. And, you know, we can revisit it.
I think what was on my mind was pushing it out to year 5 and then bringing it back, depending on, we could bring it back to year 4 at a later point, or just depending on what our general fund situation looks like. That was kind of my tentative thought. But I don't know if there's any agreement.
Well, I don't think it would change. It doesn't really change anything because we don't, Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, we don't have to put anything aside for that project in the first 2 years.
For the courthouse property reuse, correct.
But on the other hand, it could well be that we find a need to use the general fund monies that are committed in that right now for something else. That's where I'm having some hesitation here, which is why I suggested, I was frankly thinking about taking it off the table right now in toto.
I'm not ready to do that.
And as I understand it, there's nothing committed until year 3.
So I think, you know, Your Honor, if you wanted to just take that off and throw it in the general at $2,730 into the general fund pot, I think we need a much broader discussion of the whole thing. I think maybe next week is the time to do that, but not tonight.
Okay, and that's fine. That's fair, but it's something I think to think about for next week. If I'm understanding it correctly, if I go to the balance sheet right now, Mark, I would see that $2.6 million in reserve, right? Or much of it in reserve already, or committed, quote unquote. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And it was also correct to say that that money would stay committed until a change was made, all the way up until, if no change was made, that money would carry as a commitment through all the years leading up to year 4, when, again, a decision could be made to go ahead and move forward, and then that commitment would be spent.
Okay. Well, Charlotte, Susan, I agree. We can have that more, maybe have more of a discussion on that next week.
Let me chime in if you don't mind.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I don't see where really deferring it for an extra year potentially could make that much difference. It might, but I don't see where it's really going to make that much difference with us. Keep in mind, we've been committed to this project for probably the last 2 to 3 years here. And if I've learned anything about going through this COVID, the parks are very well used when they got the okay to be able to use them, of course. But this is part of the economic fabric of the boulevard as well. Now, we may very well have to defer this. I'm a realist on this, but at this particular point, and we can wait next week and have a more thorough discussion, but at this particular point, I'd like to kind of stand pat on this one. We're really not talking about major expenditures of money until 2 to 3 years. So, we do have some time to see whether or not we can fund this. So those are my thoughts.
Sorry, I'm on mute. I took myself on mute. Anybody else have thoughts on this one at this point? Anybody on the commission side? Mr. Murphy?
I have one point of curiosity, just looking at sheet 10. Camarillo Hills drain replacement at Ventura Boulevard. I remember talking about this one before. There's $6.3 million in years 3, $6.3 million in year 4 on this, and it seems like the urgency on that was based on a study that was done that shows that drain is close to the end of its useful life, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it dependent on the conference center project connecting with the storm drain, the U drain that was undergrounded or covered? I guess that would be a question for Mr. Matsuoka.
Yes, it is because the concrete is at the end of its useful life.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It's because the concrete is at the end of its useful life. The structure is at the end of its useful life.
Okay, no chance of postponing that then. It's a lot of money.
Your Honor?
Mrs. Craven.
Yeah, I think we need to explain that when they were doing the conference center drain, it was supposed to hook up to that. We had no idea this part of it that was supposed to be remaining, that it was so eroded. And it was so eroded, I think it's a danger. So I think we need to find a way to go ahead with that one.
Your Honor, I agree with that. Also, we certainly don't want to incur any penalties on this.
I happen to agree with you both as well, and I think when you have really deteriorated infrastructure, that to me is the highest priority to deal with. So, all right. Are there any other questions regarding this page? Council, Commissioner? All right, can we go to page 9 for a minute, please? And let me just ask, on page 9, so on ST 5058, we've already kind of talked about the northbound auxiliary lanes. I think we've kind of looked at an option, at option 2 on that one, but I can't reconcile the numbers in this spreadsheet with what the options were that were put up on the board, but I don't think that matters. But I want to go to Springville Well E. Am I reading this accurately that project is unfunded? It's set for 22-23 and it is unfunded.
Let me check that. W08. Okay. So, yes, 2.1 million is unfunded on page W08 of the water tab. So the design,
I'm having trouble hearing you, but I think you said it's unfunded.
It's 2.1 million is unfunded on page W08 of the water tab. If you look there, Springville Well E shows in the funding sources 2.1 million being unfunded. That would be in year 3 and 4.
As long as we're talking about that right now, on page W08, can you describe the importance of that project as a production well? Because we are currently spending money, or being asked to spend money, on rehabilitation of Well D.
That is correct.
Can you put this in some perspective for us, please?
The Well D is operating, but not at optimum. It's needing to be replaced. So we're doing what we can to fix it as best as we can. But in the short term, it's going to need to be re-drilled as Well E. So we're going to need to do Well E. The well saves us money in the long term because it will avoid us having to buy imported water.
Well, I understand that. Is it fair to say, my thought on this is we're spending some money on Well D now to kind of have it limp along for a couple more years?
That is correct.
What staff really wants to do is to drill a new Well E. Is that
is correct.
Of staff's recommendation?
Yes, we are trying to keep Well D operational as best as we can, but Well E needs to be drilled as a replacement. We're doing what we can, just keep it limping along, like you said.
Okay. Are there more questions on page?
Your Honor, I have a question.
Mr. Kildee.
Do we know how old Well D is?
I believe it was
when that was constructed?
I believe it's somewhere in the 80s.
I'm sorry.
Somebody was making noises and I couldn't hear you.
About 40 years old, ballpark, 30-something, 40 years old for well D.
Well, it looks to me like we got our money's worth out of that well.
Okay. Any other? It does look like it's.
I have a question.
Yes.
Looking at the cost on this on page 9, we have a total cost for well E of the $2,140,000, or the unfunded part. So does that mean the other portion, where the total cost on page 3 is $4,004,000, if I'm reading this correctly? So the other part is funded.
That is correct. Just 2.1 is unfunded. The rest is funded.
Okay, so basically half of it is funded and half of it is unfunded.
Basically, yes.
Okay, thank you.
To do that. All right. Any other questions on that page? How about we turn generally then to the transportation section? And who would like to start off with any? Okay with everybody that we're not going page by page? I just fear that we would be going for hours and hours if we went page by page. All right. Who would like to start off with questions on the transportation section?
I have a question. I know we talked about the resurfacing and overlay, and I just want to know what I heard was correct. We are going to be revisiting that whole plan at some point?
Yes. After we do a pavement management plan update, that's when we would bring that forward to council and explain the results of it. Prior to that, though, we would be coming to council to ask for some guidance on what you want to see out of that study.
Would one of the possibilities be that we resurface less, that we stretch that program out to try and save some money, or?
That is a possibility if that's what council would like to do. However, there are impacts related to not doing the pavement resurfacing that are long-term that would cost the city money in the long term.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Question on that.
Kevin.
We don't know until we go out to bid, but the fact that oil is considerably lower, does that have any effect when we do go out to bid?
We'll have to see when we get the prices during the bids. We do not know the results of that at this point. We're hoping that we would get good prices, though.
Your Honor.
Charlotte.
Yes, I have a couple of comments, and I guess as we go through section by section, this is the place for them. But on page T17, I just have a comment. It's resurfacing Earl Joseph Drive, or Earl Joseph Drive paving. That is much, much needed. Way overdue. I'm glad the trucks have finished being on there, and I think everybody in town can hardly wait till that's done. And then my other comment, I guess I have a question. On ST 1405, page T21, Metrolink undercrossing, this was part of, the council wanted to scrap it, but it's part of a grant that VCTC got. So they came and begged us and talked us into keeping it, even though I think it's going to take up a major portion of the parking lot. I don't know if the rest of you have gone and looked at any of these undercrossings, but the coming in and going out part is huge. Where does that where does the VCTC grant stand on this?
At this point, we are waiting for results from Lausanne people to give us a little firmer commitment from the CTC. We're expecting that to happen in May. At that point, after we get a CTC commitment, then it's a pretty solid thing that we be getting the money. At this point, we've gotten commitments from staff. It's in the grant program, but until we have that CTC action, it's not a guarantee.
Well, if that grant doesn't go through before that's planned, bring it back, because I think the city council needs to look at whether it would want to pay for this.
We would do that. We are doing this project with the grant funds. So if the grant did not move forward, we would need to come talk to council.
Your Honor, may I follow up on that?
Yes.
My understanding with that grant funds, they want us to match that to stretch those dollars out. Is that correct?
There are some matching funds in here that are shown in the table that are the corridor funds, FTA funds, and a small amount of general fund. And TMF. That's just 320 of general fund.
Well, on page 9, it shows $320,000 of general fund money in 22-23.
Yes, it's 320. I'm sorry. That's what was shown in general fund.
Is that 320,000? Is that the match?
There's a combined. Yeah, it's a portion of it. I think it was about a million something was the match of total commitment from the city.
There's 437,000. It looks like from Camarillo Corridor Project Fund, in addition to the general fund of 342. I'm going on T21.
Yeah, the general fund is 342 total over the previous and year 3. So there's a total project cost of $10 million shown here. There's a $6.89 million Lausanne grant that we've been talking about, and the rest would come from a variety of sources that are shown in the table, including the corridor, the FTA, general fund, and TMF. That would make up the balance of the $10 million.
That was my question and comment on this section.
Thank you, Charlotte. Additional questions were on the transportation section from Councilor Murphy or Commissioner?
If I could, probably, am I okay? More, yes. Probably a learning question for me, but looking at T23 and the intersection in T25, people have often, complained about some of the dangers on those places. Does the funds for this have to come from plans, or is that something we as a city do, or, these are funded out in year 5. But I just wanted to know more how will get funded, and will we be able to get to them in year 5?
We have asked Caltrans to assist in funding these. However, they do not have the funding to assist in this. Okay, so we've talked with Caltrans to see if we can get them to help us pay for this. However, Caltrans has not had funds for this to commit to the projects. So we haven't been successful in getting Caltrans to pay for these projects that are necessary. We've pushed them out to a future year. Into year 5 or year 4. So we have some time to consider these projects. However, we don't think that we can get Caltrans funding for them.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions on transportation? I have one on transportation. If you look at page 2020, which is ST 5066, two questions. It's the Las Posas Road widening. I think you showed a PowerPoint slide earlier this evening that showed a cost of $10.4 million with an increase of $7 million estimated, recent increase of $7 million. Can I ask why, or what's the reason for that $7 million increase?
We had a study performed earlier this year, and we have not completed the study, but we've gotten far enough along that we have cost estimates from that. And based on the cost estimates from our consultant, the total project cost is shown here. So the initial cost estimates that were put into the book were just placeholder numbers. We didn't have any cost estimates generated in a formal way. They were just a rough number that was put in.
Okay, thanks for that. And in the description box on page T20, it indicates that that project is to be coordinated with 3 other projects, including the Camarillo Hills drain replacement project, which I think everybody thinks is important, because there's a consensus on that. Can you educate us on sequentially when this project ought to occur in conjunction with the Camarillo Hills drain replacement project, putting aside for the moment the bike lanes and the storm ditch repair?
The Camarillo Hills drain replacement is probably going to go first. That's a higher priority project. This project is set in future years, so the drain will go in first. However, as a part of that drain design, we'll need to consider the 6-lane widening as a part of it, because we don't want to go in there and do it twice, the drain. So we have to coordinate the designs.
But sequentially then, the project that would go first would be the drain replacement.
That is correct. The drain would go first.
Other questions on the transportation sector? Mr. Talmadge? You've got to unmute yourself.
Sorry. Now I'm on. I want to follow up on Beverly's question on the Pleasant Valley Road southbound off-ramp. My experience, I use that all the time. I would love to have the contract for replacing the arrow signs on that. Seems that every weekend there's 3 or 4 that are run over, and I fortunately we haven't had anybody significantly hurt, not that I know of. But that's a horrible off-ramp, and then you mix with it, you get any significant amount of rain, and the whole intersection is flooded. So I think just stalling this off and saying, well, we'll wait and see what Caltrans says, I'm not sure is really responsive to the public health and safety of that particular off-ramp. I'm not sure who else has had that experience, but I find it very problematic.
I'll second those sentiments.
Can I get back on a second?
You bet.
I think wasn't there some talk maybe a year ago or something from a resident that said her husband had been killed on that ramp, coming off of that ramp?
It's been several years ago. But yes, she moved, but yes. But, you know, again, it's Caltrans property. We don't own the off-ramps, the on-ramps, or anything else with the freeway.
It is a problematic, I agree. It is a problematic ramp. All right. Hearing no other questions on the transportation side, how about we go to the water section?
I have one.
This is Craven.
W01. It's on the AMI, the Advanced Metering Infrastructure. Are we talking that this little over $2 million is going to cover all of them plus the installation?
That's what we've estimated.
Is that an estimate? I mean, we're talking, what, 17,000 connections?
That's just a pilot project, right?
No, 13,000, or was it 12, 13,000? Somewhere 12, 13,000 connections is what we have. The meters themselves are not that expensive, probably a couple $100, but there's a installation cost and there's equipment, computerized equipment that receives the signal. So the estimate is probably in the ballpark. We'll fine tune it as we go further along and get better costs from contractors. But so far, this is what we're thinking it would be in this ballpark.
Okay, thank you.
I have a follow-up.
I have just a quick follow-up. On those AMIs that have been installed this year, is the city happy with those? Are they working the way they expected them to?
We don't currently have AMI installed yet. We are currently working on a pilot project to install our first ones.
Okay, I guess that's what I was thinking about the pilot project. So that's happening this fiscal year, and then the bulk of them, assuming the pilot project goes well, will be constructed next year?
Yes, we're looking at that as a goal. However, it might not be exactly this year that we finish it. We're going to start it this year and probably get into completion next year, and hopefully move on into doing the rest of them sometime later in next year.
Your Honor.
This is Craven.
Yes. Have we gone to bid and everything on these? Where are we? What are we?
Not yet. We are developing our RFP for this.
I thought we accepted a vendor and everything.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the question.
Don, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I remember this coming to council. I thought we had approved the pilot program, had selected a vendor out of, I think, 2 or 3 different vendors, and I thought we were moving forward on this.
Yeah, there was a request from the staff to authorize staff to issue the RFP. So we are in the process of developing the RFP, and we will be issuing that in the very near future.
To continue, Your Honor, I know of other agencies that have had problems with some. I know there was a company in Camarillo that provided them for Fox Canyon for all of the meters on all the pumps, agricultural pumps, and they just didn't work. So I'd highly recommend you talk to other agencies that have installed them to find out exactly what works and what doesn't and what the problems have been.
Yes, we will be doing that, and the pilot study will help us test several types of meters first so that we understand what we have, try them out, and then we'll pick the best one that works the best.
All right. Are there, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Murphy, okay if I just keep on calling in the order in which we see it? Okay.
That's fine with me.
Okay. Mr. Talmadge, I think, or no, Mr. Mulchay and then Mr. Talmadge.
Sorry, if I could follow up really quick on the advanced metering. So we're only preparing the RFP. What's the $500,000 we have budgeted for this fiscal year that we're about to finish?
The pilot study, where we would test a number of these meters, I can't remember the exact number, but we would be installing the computerized system, that's receivers, and probably like 4 different types of metering systems. And it'll go into next year.
The $500,000 is for the pilot study.
Yes, it's to install a certain number of them to test them out.
Didn't you just say that staff is still preparing the RFP for the pilot study?
That is correct.
So you're anticipating that we'll have the RFP out, we'll have vendors submit proposals, and we'll accept a bid before the end of the fiscal year?
We are hoping to do something around that time, but it will go into next year, next fiscal year, when we finish the pilot study. The CIP will roll into next year.
Let's see, Mr. Talmadge, did you have a question?
Not so much a question as a comment. I gather from the discussion that there are no existing AMI or AMR, as I heard of it, installed in the city right now. Is that true?
There is AMR, and there is no AMI.
Okay, what's the difference? What do you call the difference?
The AMR is a system where someone would need to walk around or drive around with a reading device. And AMI, there's a station that's a permanently mounted antenna, basically like at the corporation yard or city hall or wherever we decide to put it, and it would read and send it to the permanently mounted antenna instead of having somebody drive around to all over town.
Okay, so you would have a link from the meter literally to your billing system, let's say.
Yes,
instead
just
of
like
downloading from handheld devices.
Yeah, just like Edison or a gas company, they are doing that AMI type thing.
Okay, all right.
Any other questions on any? Yes, Mr. Espinoza.
I want to ask the meters, are they, we talking about just the home served not by Camarillo district, but the city system?
It would only be the city system, not the Camarillo system. And it would not be just homes. It could be commercial as well as residential.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions on this item or on any of the other items within the water section?
Your Honor, I have a question, if you may.
Please.
I'm on page W02, and it's the Charter Oak pump stations, number 1 and 2. And I understand that's been pushed out a couple of years, but my question is that isn't the desalter going to help that situation quite a bit? And I read the description about utilize more pump local groundwater to reduce import water purchases. Would that be taken care of with the desalter, or is this in addition to or in lieu of?
This is in addition to the desalter. It's not in lieu of, it's in addition to. Okay. Oh, these are, this area is imported only right now. So the project would allow for pumped water.
Mr. Kildee, you have a follow-up on that? Okay.
I don't, Mr. Mayor.
Hearing none. Mr. Mulchay?
I have one follow-up. Would that water that's pumped up, would that be then sent to the desalter, cleaned, and then sent back? Or would that just be pumped up and then serviced to customers? Or blended with, it's still imported water and serviced to customers?
It would be using desalter water instead of...
This would be using desalter water instead of imported.
Your Honor, this is for 2 parts north of Las Posas Road. those builders currently hook them up to the main metropolitan or our line from Metropolitan, but no, we don't have the ability to get any groundwater up into those two areas. And so these two pumps wouldn't be pumping water, they'd be pumping other water up into the area other than just the expensive Metropolitan water.
So this would presumably be blended with the water that's coming through the lines already. Okay.
Right. Okay. Any other questions on any of the water, in any pages in the water section of the CIP binder? All right. Hearing none, let's move to the sanitary side. Do we have questions on the sanitary side? If there's nobody at the moment, I'll start off with one. I'm looking at page S12, which is the Pleasant Valley Road Sewer Force Main. We talked about this, I think, several months ago in study session, and this was really an SSMP, a Sewer Service Management Plan recommendation from about 11 years ago to create the secondary pipeline. How can you guys just give us a general, to refresh our recollection of how important this is to have this secondary pipeline?
Sure. The city currently, or the district currently has just one major pipeline that serves the treatment plant from along this line that's shown on your map. If there was a failure, there would be no backup plan to get the sewage from one place to another. We would have to bypass it very quickly. This project studies alternatives to replacing or putting in a second line. The second line was a very expensive project of about $18 million to put a parallel line. We're looking at alternatives to doing that and seeing if we can find a more economical solution.
Thank you for that. What would be alternatives to that?
An example would be, let's just say there's a crossing of some sort of a railroad or a creek or something like that. Maybe we put the second pipeline crossing at that critical juncture of the creek, and we would have two lines under the creek, but everywhere else we would be able to bypass it with a pump. And so where we can, maybe we can do a bypass, and something that's a quick bypass system, we can put in an additional manhole, that sort of thing, to assist in it where we wouldn't have to block the middle of the road. But we would, at critical locations like at the railroad crossings or creeks, we would put in a second pipeline only at those locations, and that would reduce the total cost of our project from $18 million to something less.
And just generally speaking, how would you characterize the condition of the primary existing pipeline, force main pipeline?
Since the city is relatively young, the pipeline currently is in good condition, but over time, that's not going to be the case. So we want to, before it gets to the point where it's bad, we want to be proactive and look at alternatives to having a problem.
Well, just as a follow-up, what would you characterize the useful life of the existing primary line in place right now?
That's currently being evaluated. We're having tests done to determine how good it is or what the problems are along those lines. But overall, as the pipeline is relatively young, we can assume that it's in pretty good condition. But the testing will give us further information.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Thomas.
Yes, I have a question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question has to do with capacity of the existing force main. Are we okay? Are we within limits, or are we nearing capacity of that line? So a duplicate line or a separate line may be needed anyway.
I believe we're okay, but when we look at the pipeline, we'll be evaluating that as well.
Your Honor? Yeah, wasn't that line put in conjunction with Spanish Hills? I know that the pump stations along Pleasant Valley were put in at that time. So they're 30 years old?
There are portions that may be that old. There are some that are newer than that went in with the Village at the Park.
Right.
All right. Are there additional questions on the sanitary section line? Mr. Espinosa.
Do other areas have that kind of redundancy? Maybe shut down the line, those service operations, or is there usually just a single line service?
Sorry, couldn't hear. Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Mr. Espinosa, could you just repeat the question?
Yeah, I wanted to ask if other cities sewage operations have that kind of redundancy in order to shut down maybe one line to service, or if they all just normally operate with a single line as we want.
It varies. And some have a single line in certain areas. The preference is to have redundancy, though.
Okay. Any other questions on this section?
I have a couple.
Hang on, Mrs. Craven. Mr. Murphy was first, and you're
Sure.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes, Your Honor, I think I have the easiest question of the night. So it's on the next page, S13. That's the Ponderosa Drive sewer. The sketch shows that the sewer would go from Rosewood to Arneal, but the description says Las Posas Road to Arneal, and I'm just wondering which is it. I just noticed that, so I apologize.
It's as it's shown on the map.
What was it?
Page S13. You're asking about the limits, sorry, I'm distracted.
Okay.
It's what's shown on the map.
Okay, the limits are shown on the map there, Rosewood to Arneal.
Great. Thanks.
Okay, I think that was the easiest question of the night. Mrs. Craven.
I'm looking at page S04, SS5098, and it's talking about the Conejo Creek Bank repair, and it indicates that we'd be working with the Watershed Protection District. So this $777,000 estimate is our share?
That is correct. We are still finalizing costs and that sort of thing with the Watershed Protection District, but that is the best guess at this point for what the costs are.
And they'd be paying for part of it?
That's the idea.
Okay. Somehow I think that's an awfully low estimate.
Can I ask a follow-up, Mrs. Craven, on that one? Is that a flood wall embankment repair?
This is more along the lines of rock riprap along the bank. Not necessarily a wall, but it's a rock, large rock that's placed in the channel along the bank to protect the bank.
Well, I would certainly agree with Mrs. Craven. It seems to me that this amount of money is probably a is it fair to think that this amount of money shown on the stage is probably a pretty low percentage of the overall amount of that project?
It's the best estimate we have at this point. It would be half of the project. We were trying to have it a 50-50 split with Watershed Protection District.
So 50-50, it just seems like it's a pretty inexpensive project in a way.
Yeah, it's our best guess at this point.
Rather low. All right, Mr. Talmadge?
Oh, I had another question, but...
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Talmadge, stay on deck, okay? Mrs. Craven?
My other question's on S11, the plant administration buildings, and it talks about the break room and the locker rooms that were built in the 60s. I remember going to an opening of some break rooms. Did they move in the 90s, did they move the break rooms from one building to another, or what happened to the building that was built in the 90s?
I'm not familiar with that. Dave, do you know anything?
I know some remodel work was done, but it's all within that old building that I know.
Yeah.
We did a study session out there. They served us dinner.
I'm not familiar with that, but the current break room is a very old building, and the locker rooms are pretty old too.
Okay. That's all I had, Your Honor.
Sorry about that. Mr. Talmadge?
That's okay. Thank you very much. I guess a bit of clarification between page S04 and S07. One is a very short repair to the creek bank, and the other is an encasement of the wastewater treatment plant. Perhaps that's why there's a feeling that there's more cost involved, because certainly the project SS11-01 on page 507 is a much bigger project, indicating capital funds $7.5 million in year 3. But that also, it appears, I don't know the scope, but would armor that bank for most of the side of the wastewater treatment plant, whereas the project on S04 is only a small portion from the outfall to Howard Road Bridge. So maybe that's the difference in some costs.
Could be. I think I was really reacting to the cost of riprap. Yeah. And just seemed to be a relatively small amount of money. I guess less than what I expected. But you're right. The project on S07 is a major project, right? No.
Completely different type of project. That's more of a large wall that would go around the plant. The other one is just rock in a certain smaller area.
Right. Okay. Other questions on the sanitary section?
I have a question.
Please.
For the Chairman Murphy brought up the Ponderosa Drive sewer. At what point did we delay that a year? Because in last year's CIP budget, it was budgeted for fiscal year 22-23, but this seems like we pushed it back to 23-24.
Excuse me, which project was that, or which page was that?
Page S13. So I'm looking at the last two CIP CIP reports, 2018 and 2019.
Yeah, so this is one of the projects that got pushed back due to the staff time issue, where we had to push projects back and deal with the large amount of projects that were on the earlier portion of the CIP that we wouldn't be able to get to anyway, so we pushed it further out.
Without going through every single one, do you have a list of every single project we've pushed back from last year to this year?
I don't have that handy, but we could. Is
that something that staff could send out to all of us at some point, just so for comparative purposes? Because I don't recall discussing any of that.
We could provide that to the council, so we will provide that.
Okay, any other questions on this section?
Before we move forward with to another section, one of the things that we wanted to get was concurrence from the council about the Daily Drive 101 sewer improvements project and moving forward with that in the method that we've described in our slide presentation. That we need to move forward with it because it is a critical project. And the conference center coordination is important too.
Your Honor.
We focus back on the page, Mr. Matsuoka.
It is S05.
Craven?
Yes, this is one that we had a discussion at a study session several months ago, or maybe it was during the mid-year review, I don't know, but I remember hearing about it, and this is overcapacity. We need to move on this right away, so I'm in favor of moving forward.
Other comments from other council members or commissioners?
Your Honor.
Mr. Kildee.
I agree. Anytime it's over capacity, you're just you're asking for some trouble, and it's a lot of money. I get that, but I think we need to move forward on it.
I know I asked some questions on it earlier, but I think I'm satisfied by the need for it. Let's see. Other comments from either Ms. Santangelo or Mr. Milstead?
I agree. I don't have anything new to add.
Okay.
I'm fine with moving forward with it.
All right. Ms. Vandermeulen, did you have a question on this one?
I just had a follow-up question back on T12.
Could we hold on that for just a quick second? I'll come right back to you. Thanks. All right. Just guidance on else right now.
We couldn't hear you.
On that right now? All right, I think Beverly, did you have a question on T12?
I just had one question on T12, kind of following Sean Milche's question on pushing back, but if we were talking about this sewer grant being a relatively young line, is this something that might be considered to maybe this back a year based on the total cost to get down to years 3 and 4? Just a thought. I didn't know if it had already been pushed back or if it might be able to consider that due to the final cost on that.
I didn't hear the first part. I didn't hear the first part of your question.
Now she's.
Beverly, could you restate your question?
I can't hear.
Beverly, you're muted.
Yep. Need to unmute.
I've been going back and forth. All right. Okay. On page 12, we had the discussion that I heard was that this is a relatively young line, and they're just now doing the research on the condition and everything else. But is it possible then that being a project that could be pushed back a year? When looking at costs in years 3 and 4, maybe consider pushing that back. It's not okay, but it's in good enough condition to do that. Just a thought. When Sean mentioned that the other one had been pushed back that he was talking about, but I didn't know if this one has been pushed back already, or that might be a consideration.
We need to keep moving on.
This is a fairly large project that will take a significant amount of time to plan and design, and that's considered in the schedule. So the construction is in basically years 3 and 4, but the setup and the design portion of it and the research into it is going to take quite a bit of time. So we would need to move forward on it in order to get it done relatively quickly and avoid any sort of issues with clogs and that sort of thing. The problem with the pipeline collapsing and that sort of thing because of the young line probably isn't there, but clogs happen, and if we have that sort of thing in a line that's our only line, that could cause us some significant problems.
All right, thank you. On this section. All right, hearing none, why don't we go to the section on storm drainage? I think that's the next one up, right? Are there any questions on this section? No. All right, hearing none, what about, let's go to the next section on buildings and grounds. Are there any questions on this section?
I have a question on the City Hall Council Chambers remodel.
Kevin.
How are we going on that and the funding potentials on that and the timelines as to whether or not that can be pushed back a little bit, or are we committed?
That project has been pushed back to year 3 to recognize that we're having some issues with general fund, and we've pushed it back to year 3 to allow us to reevaluate our funding situation, and hopefully by year 3 we'll make some decisions on if we move forward with it or not. We would be finishing design though.
All right, and with that, it's still functional until 22-23 then?
Yes.
Important but not critical.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions from anyone on buildings and ground? All right, let's go to the last anything on redevelopment. All right. Hearing
a general comment, Your Honor.
Please, Mrs. Craven.
Yes, I know that we're going to be looking at all of our money that and change our estimates. We're going to have 2 sessions on the budget coming up in the next month, and we're very concerned about the amount of money we have. On the other hand, we have projects that we have collected money for, not discretionary money, but that money can only be used for those things because of the manner in which we collected it. And I'm hoping we'll, as we look through these in the next few weeks, we'll move forward with as many things as we can, because experience has certainly shown us that when times are down, we get really good prices on capital projects. When people get hungry, they are willing to give us low bids. So especially the things that we have that are going to be paid for with money that's not general fund money, or mostly, just a little bit of general fund, and then it comes from SANI or water or even traffic mitigation, bridge, whatever it is. I'm hoping we can move forward with those projects because I'm sure the city will benefit. That was my general comment.
Follow up on a comment. One of the, I think, situations that we found was the Springville interchange, and when we went out to bid as well.
And our sanitary treatment plant before that.
Yes, I think we built the Springville Bridge for about half price from our estimate because it was the down economy.
Other comments? Mr. Murphy.
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on Councilperson Craven's question about oil prices and road construction. My experience in over 30 years of highway design and construction projects, it typically has made a huge difference on the cost of road construction projects. So that's something that the City Council can take into consideration as they move along in the budget review process.
I wanted to agree with Mrs. Craven. That's why in the beginning I wanted to look at what funds were already coming from, or more secure, or already designated or allocated, versus what was just coming from the general fund. And we had investment and finance committee today, and Sean, help me remember, but I think Jason was talking about what's different about oil prices right now and how they've dropped is they're probably going to, as soon as things get reopened, they're going to go up it's going to stabilize much more quickly. They won't stay like where we are, so just thought I'd share that.
There's a gluttony of oil right now, and if the economy, as it kind of has, is right now it's ground to a halt. And oil producers haven't really cut a lot, but we'll have to see what happens to American oil producers, because I think a lot of them are probably going to go bankrupt. And we are the largest oil producer in the world right now, and we may not hold that title much longer because the price of oil has dropped significantly, and it's very expensive for us to take it out of the ground because we do a lot of shale oil extraction.
Because everything came to us.
Yeah. I don't know if it's going to skyrocket. I think it's.
But it's going to. Yeah.
He was talking about how expensive it is just to hold on to oil right now. That's why I went negative, because there's just a gluttony of oil in the market, and it's expensive to store.
Okay. Mr. Espinosa? Luis?
Yeah, one quick question on the redevelopment section at Successor. So, in the best case scenario, the 5-year CIP plan, if both the Successor and courthouse property projects were to be come to fruition, all the costs we're seeing here is the construction of this project, as far as the ongoing maintenance, is that all going to be covered under the general fund?
I'm not sure I heard all of your question. Mr. Matsuoka, did you hear the question?
I did not hear.
Mr. Espinosa, could you pull the mic away from your shirt? It seems to be catching on that.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, much better. Thank you.
Okay. So those, in the best case scenario, the DISDAR project as well as the courthouse project, should they all come to fruition in this 5-year plan, is the cost we're seeing just the construction cost for those projects? There's no operational maintenance staffing costs related to that in this plan, or am I wrong about that?
In the plan, there is not. However, the operational costs, I think, let me see, is that included in here or not? The operational costs are not shown in this document, but they would be shown in the budget, in the operating budget.
Okay, general fund operating budget.
The city's.
Yeah, that was my question. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions from council members or commissioners on any other aspects of this capital improvement program? Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
No comments on this item.
Your Honor, can I ask one follow-up before we move on, if you wouldn't mind?
Please, Mr. Khalid.
Yes, as far as the amount of monies that we've gotten from the grants, typically there's stipulations on the timeline when they expect them to be, used. So are we following those timelines as well? So I'd hate not to, have those monies and not have them appropriated in the timing that a lot of times that they stipulate that they need to be spent.
Yes, we've prioritized those projects in the earlier parts of the CIP for the ones that we have grant funding for. One of those would be an example of one of those would be the Springville Bike Trail Phase 1. We have some federal grant money for that. So if that one doesn't move forward quickly, then we would potentially lose that money. There's approximately, I think it's 400,000 or thereabouts in that project.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I think we've come to the end of this agenda item, and I really appreciate having the Planning Commission here. I think from this standpoint, having 10 sets of eyes is a lot better than 5 sets of eyes, with all of the good questions that have been asked, and I really appreciate all of the effort that's gone into this. And Ken, you've been on the firing line now for a couple of hours, thank you, at least. So thank you for enduring all that. We really appreciate the amount of time that you've put in on this, and thoughtful time from you and from other staff. Anything else on this from anybody? All right. In that case, then, I think we've done the end of this item, and probably I would adjourn the successor agency at this point. Mrs. Craven?
I will adjourn the Camarillo Sanitary District Board meeting.
And Mr. Murphy?
If there's no further questions from anybody, we'll adjourn the Planning Commission meeting.
And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission.
Thanks for including us. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah.
That's going to bring us back to item 14B, continuing our discussion under 14B on several items related to the COVID-19 emergency. I think where we last left off was on item number 3 on that, Mr. Clifford, under city organizational issues.
Yes, and Assistant City Manager Carmen Nichols will assist with that part of the presentation.
Good evening, Council. I will just give you a brief update on organizational responses to COVID-19 with regard to staffing levels. Our City Hall continues to be closed. Oh, I don't think I have any. So City Hall continues to be closed following the orders of we're continuing to do essential functions at City Hall. So we have a staffing that is continuing to work remotely. So that staff for some departments is solely working from home. We have some staff that comes in on a rotating schedule, and there are some staff that actually is who's at home on leave under the Family First Coronavirus Care Act. So there is a variety of staffing levels that change from maybe week to week here at City Hall, but overall staffing at City Hall, for example, is down to half of what we would normally have. So actually with some of the staff that is now gone due to the Family First Coronavirus Care Act, we're probably about 3/4 of staffing here at City Hall. So we continue to be closed. We are taking certain appointments, so all departments are active in that. But we do have some requirements for those that are coming in for appointments, and that they have a face covering. So they are required to have a face covering when they come in. They are required to use hand sanitizer, and staff is continuing to use their best and safe and health protocols by wiping down counters and other other areas that may be touched by the public as well as by employees. We are checking staff. Supervisors are required to check with staff daily in their areas to ensure that they are not sick or have any symptoms of illness. If that is the case, then Human Resources takes action and follows through with that. Those at City Hall continue to answer a variety of customer service calls. So not only does staff continue to do their operations from, their daily activities, but we do still continue to get a variety of phone calls regarding the orders and, what they mean, and some interpretation on what are essential businesses, what are not. So we continue to work on that. And tonight you'll hear a report from various staff members who are working on a variety of activities and operations. I just open it up to you if you have any questions regarding any organizational transitions or issues related to COVID-19. I'll be happy to answer any questions on that.
Are there any questions from council?
I have a question.
Mr. Khaldi.
Does it seem like the public, when they do have questions and they do have to either call, text, or go in person to City Hall, that they're able to get their answers in a reasonable amount of time?
Yes, we have our staff that is available all the time. So staff is answering questions over the telephone. We do have our business here at City Hall is limited. So appointment times or questions about appointments are answered very quickly. If not the same day, it's the next day. We haven't heard in the city manager's office, we have not received any complaints of our staff not providing excellent customer service regardless or despite of the situation. So we are requiring staff to listen to their voicemails, make sure they're checking their emails, even if they are working remotely.
Other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Nichols. Should we move on to the next item?
Yes, up next will be George Winkler, our Economic Development Coordinator.
Good evening. Next slide, please. Okay, so I wanted to provide everybody with an update. On April 16th, the SBA announced the lack of appropriations for the PPP and EIDL funding. Congress may approve additional funding. That could be an additional $321 billion for PPP and $60 billion for EIDL. Last week, as many businesses know, we were trying to seek desperately for banks providing PPP lending to outside clients. As far as the pandemic unemployment assistance, the EDD will have that online by Tuesday, April 28th. This is a new form of unemployment that is provided to self-employed, to business owners, and independent contractors. The payment terms for this, they start actually backdated to February 2nd at $167 a week, so not much money. But between March 29th and July 25th, it's $167 plus $600 per week, so it's a bit more for those people. And then after July 26th to December 26th, it's actually $167 per week. As you can see, we have additional WARN notices. We talked about those at last council meeting. In total, we have 8 businesses that have supplied us with this information, and that's 163 employees impacted. Next slide, please. Okay, so in response to COVID-19, we've been doing constant webpage updates. On March 14th, we've created the employer and employee resource page, as you know. Since that time, we've received 1,800 views. This page is continually getting longer. In fact, we've just added anchoring to the top and to the sections. So you don't have to scroll all the way down the page anymore. You can just click on a topic and it will jump to that point in the page. We've also created the Open for Business list on March 23rd, and that's received over 2,000 views, and it typically gets about 100 views per day. Once again, that list is growing significantly, so we've anchored different categories, so you can jump to restaurants, grocery stores, or other services. On Friday of last week, on April 17th, we've sent out a Camarillo business survey to all businesses in Camarillo. The results were quite diversified, as you can see. It really got a good spread of the community as far as restaurants, arts, entertainment, real estate, manufacturers, retail, construction, personal services like janitors, hairstylists, etc., and professional services like doctors, engineers, lawyers. So it was quite a good survey that we did. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to share the results of the survey, and it is some sobering information. Of about the 700 survey responses we got, there were about 13 businesses that reported they closed permanently, so 2% of the businesses. 41% have reported that they've closed temporarily. 22% of the businesses have laid off their employees or furloughed their employees. And 7% of the businesses have laid off their employees permanently. We've calculated how many employees were unemployed due to this, and we've got 1,528 employees out of those 640 businesses that had submitted survey results before this presentation. As far as unemployment goes, the job postings are dropping every week. So the first week of March, there were 200 job postings for Ventura County. At the end of March, there were 91 job postings. The March unemployment rate, which is actually a month behind, is at 4.6%. That jumped up from 3.7% in February, and we're expecting to see more increases in April. So as far as the survey, we also have, we asked what people need help with. So we have 41% of businesses need marketing assistance, 30% need inventory, 28% of businesses need community support, 20% of businesses need technology assistance to operate online, and 16% of businesses need help with advising or coaching. We've worked with other partners to make sure that we can get that to them, but I'll talk about that on the next slide. But what we've been hearing from businesses in these comments is that they're frustrated with the federal aid. The PPP lending ran out too fast, the EIDL ran out too fast. A lot of businesses haven't heard back from the government from that. A lot of businesses want to get back to work. They're frustrated with the government and the restrictions. And a lot of businesses that are open are struggling to find personal protective equipment for their staff. Next slide. So as far as recovery goes, we're working with multiple partners. The Economic Development Collaborative is one that you're all familiar with. They're currently receiving about 180 calls per day and about 1,600 clients per month. Usually they serve 900 clients per year. So that's a huge volume increase. Last council meeting, we discussed the Russell Fisher Business Collection, and we've been in conversation with the Russell Fisher Business Collection as far as supporting employment and the unemployed. And we're also looking at them to support entrepreneurship. So as people are unemployed, how can they take their hobbies and monetize those? Or how could they learn digital skills and start online businesses? They will increase their marketing of digital resources, and they're also doing an online chat from 2 to 6 p.m. to help businesses. We're constantly communicating with businesses. I'm texting people. We're talking on the phone. We're emailing. Typically, it's about the COVID compliance this week. As you know, on April 18th, they released a updated health order that allowed a lot of businesses to get back into action. Unfortunately, on April 20th, they added a paragraph that said those businesses have to be supporting essential businesses. So unfortunately, that put a lot of people back out of business. If anybody that's listening has questions about COVID compliance, The number is 805-202-1805. And that will connect you with the Ventura County COVID Compliance Hotline, where they can answer any questions about if your business is allowed to operate. But we're also tracking and updating resources, and we're calling businesses and informing them of resources. So I think that's it for me. Any questions?
Questions? Ms. Santangelo, sorry.
2 questions. George, can you repeat the phone number for the COVID compliance?
Yes. The COVID compliance hotline at the county is 805-202-1805.
Thank you. And then can you go back to the slide that broke down what people needed help with, what business owners needed help with?
Sure.
This one.
Oh, yes. Okay, so in this regard, we're working with the Small Business Development Center. They have consultants that offer marketing assistance and also technology assistance to operate online. And we're also working with the Camarillo Library, the Russell Fisher Business Collection on this one. Lynda.com or LinkedIn Learning is one of those great resources that is open to the public. If somebody doesn't have a library card currently, they can call the library during operating hours and get one. And then they could go online and learn how to do marketing, internet development, basically, any skill that you need to do to have an online business. You can learn it on that platform, so it's a great tool. It's also a great tool for current businesses that are having trouble with technology to learn how to switch to remote operations. So, yeah.
You read my mind. That's exactly what I was going to ask. I've seen some, especially the restaurants, I've seen them switch to just having a website with their menu to a whole online platform of ordering, and I just, I wonder about the businesses that aren't as tech savvy or don't have the resources to do that on their own. So, thanks.
You're welcome.
Other questions?
I have a question, Your Honor.
The 28% of the businesses needing community support, is that principally restaurants?
I haven't gotten into the data that far yet. There were 700 replies, and the data presented via Google Forms isn't the most easy to filter through, so I had gone through a few categories, but I would be happy to go through that and get back to you on that, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. I also think that having a response of, I think it was 645, struck me as being a very, very high.
Yes. Yeah, we sent it out on Friday night, and we had over 500 replies. Within a few hours, it was out of control.
That's extraordinary.
People are home.
Yeah.
Your Honor.
Mr. Khalid.
Yeah, George, in the future, I'm going to ask you to put on a crystal ball. Are you looking for more calls on this? Do you think the calls have leveled off as we kind of go further and further into the abyss on all this? Are the questions pretty much the same, or are you fielding different questions as we get further and further into this?
Yeah, the questions tend to evolve as time has gone on, and we've all been reacting to the same things. Typically, they revolve around the government orders that are in play. That could either be the funding as it's being released, or the stay-at-home orders, or the stay-well-at-home orders from the county. And so, as those are released, there's a lot of questions about, how do I get access to the funding? What banks are providing the PPP loans? And then the next phase was, okay, well, what am I allowed to be open? What about if I'm doing this or that? And so there's definitely evolving questions from the community, and I keep expecting more evolution, but we're working hard, and as the day goes on, the emails and phone calls keep coming in. So.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Sure, Sean.
George, if we sent out a survey and we got 645 responses, hypothetically, we know what at least 645 business owners in Camarillo need. They need one of these things, if not a multitude of them, can we then leverage this survey and start reaching out to them and helping them, putting them in contact with marketing assistants, with resources, people who know technology, who can assist them, and or making sure we follow up with them and say, here's some links to lynda.com, and you can browse this and then sort through this and assist yourself, and or I could put you in contact with Russell Fisher Business Collection and get aid there.
Absolutely, Councilmember. We have 400 businesses that requested the city to reach out to them. So we are currently working on providing a script to individuals, because that's not a task that any one person can do on their own. So we're building a script. We're building all the resources in an easy to navigate way so that anybody can really get on the phone and reach out to these business owners. And if it's a more complicated question, they're able to deliver that message to me, and then I'll get a hold of the person individually. So, yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for George? Thank you, George. We know you've been working overtime. So,
thank you.
Your efforts.
Good job.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Next up will be item 5, public communication and outreach.
Yes, and that will be presented by Michelle Deanna, our Community Relations Officer.
It's a COVID.
There we go. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. As you know, one of our main priorities is to keep the communication lines open to make sure that our community is informed and updated throughout this pandemic. Each council meeting, we've been reporting to you on our public outreach.
I'm sorry, Ms. Deanna, I can't hear you.
Okay.
Sorry, you're going to have to start over. Something didn't go right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you, Michelle, at all. I'm sorry.
No problem. I think we're going to have to start over. Can we back up the slide one?
Could you just do a reboot, please?
Yes, we will. Okay.
Thank you.
Starting over. Thank you. Can you hear me now okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody can hear you okay? Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good evening. As you know, one of our main priorities throughout this pandemic has been to keep the communication lines open to make sure that our community is informed and updated. And at each council meeting, we've been reporting to you on our public outreach and our communications. And I'm pleased to be here again this evening to share with you our efforts. It is important that you all know that our city communications have been a citywide effort. I may be the one presenting this information to you, but this has been more than just one person or even a couple people can handle, because it truly takes all of us to make this happen. And everything we've done and everything that I'm going to present to you this evening is a result of amazing teamwork by city staff in collaboration and coordination with our community partners and our residents to share the information with our community and make sure that it reaches everybody it needs to reach. As you know, vcemergency.com is still the primary source of information for Ventura County Public Health. We have been encouraging our community to use this resource for all official information from our county public health officer. The county has a coronavirus hotline, which is 805-465-6650, and the county is also promoting the use of 211, either by calling 211 or visiting 211.org. So if anyone in the community needs need something and they don't know where to go, this is a resource to visit, 211. It's a great resource for health and human services information and resources. And in addition to this website, the county is holding news conferences every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 1 o'clock. They're streamed from emergency.com or vcemergency.com, and they're also streamed live from their Facebook page. They are also broadcasting daily updates on KVTA radio, which is AM 1590. This is every day at 6:20 a.m. And in addition to the county's resources, these are all of the communication channels that we are using to push information out to our Camarillo community. We have our official Facebook page, City of Camarillo Government. We have our COVID-19 webpage, cityofcamarillo.org/COVID-19. We've been using the Camarillo Acorn for ads. We have the government channel, which is Spectrum Channel 10 and Frontier Channel 29. We've been placing messages on our electronic marquee sign at Constitution Park. We also have information coming out in utility billing inserts and the City Scene newsletter. We've been sharing information through our community partners, and most recently, we've started doing email alerts with the Notify Me sign-up form. Social media has been the primary communication platform throughout this pandemic. The only official city Facebook page is City of Camarillo Government, and we are posting city information and updates, news releases, messages. We're also sharing posts from our community partners about services and resources that they offer, and promoting Ventura County news and information. In the last 4 weeks during this pandemic, we have reached almost 26,000 people via Facebook. We've had 15,000 hits on our Facebook page. We've gained 250 new followers, and we've had 3,200 link clicks directly from our Facebook page. Most of those link clicks have been directly to our COVID-19 webpage, and in the last month, we've had over 21,000 views of this page. On this webpage, we're sharing links to county and state resources, but primarily this is information specific to Camarillo. So we have our frequently asked questions resource list. We have employee and employer assistance, a list of who's open for business, information about parks and recreation, the Camarillo Library, senior resources. We also have service billing options for water, gas, and electric service. We're sharing information here about service impacts, such as City Hall services and transit. We want to make sure that the community knows that even though City Hall is physically closed to the public, that we are open during this time and offering virtual services. We're available over the phone and via email. We have all of the information about the services that we're offering during this time listed on the FAQ resource list, and this has been updated continuously almost daily with new information. The FAQ list is also searchable. It's up to almost 4 pages now, so if you have something specific that you're searching for, the easiest way is to go to the COVID-19 webpage, click on the FAQ list, and hit Control F to search a keyword, type in that keyword, and it'll provide you with all the information that we have on that list for you to find. So again, this webpage and this list is updated continuously, and our goal is to make sure that it remains current. We have also placed several ads in the Camarillo Acorn. We're identifying resources, promoting the importance of social distancing. The Camarillo Acorn has also been sharing many of our city's Facebook posts on their Facebook page, and we are in regular communication with their team to make sure that we're all getting the information out to those who need it. And we recognize that not everyone is on social media and not everyone has access to the internet, so we are focusing our efforts on printed material as well. The newspaper does provide one opportunity for printed material. We are also working on a utility billing insert and our upcoming City Scene newsletter. So our team put together this utility billing insert that's actually hitting mailboxes this week. The insert has all of the critical information on it, including a strong reminder about social distancing and all of the resources that I've just mentioned. The printed City Scene newsletter will be coming out in mailboxes next week, and this newsletter has all of those same resources included in it, but it expands upon those resources and adds a little bit more dialogue about the information that's available to the community, and probably most importantly about how we can all help our businesses recover from this huge setback that we're facing right now. One of the things I mentioned earlier about our communication efforts is that we are relying heavily on our community partners. These partnerships have been essential in helping us share information. These partners have been particularly helpful recently. The Camarillo Police Department is sharing information on their Nextdoor page, which is really helpful because the city doesn't have Nextdoor as part of our platform. So this reaches those who are on social media but not connected to Facebook. The Camarillo Healthcare District has added the City of Camarillo information as a tab on their website. They're actively sharing our information through their email distribution lists. PVRPD is sharing our information on Facebook. We've recently submitted information to the Pleasant Valley School District, who is pushing out our information through their Peach Jar platform. And this is an email platform that reaches all of the parents who have a child enrolled in the school district. Our Camarillo Public Library is sharing our webpage on their website. They're also actively sharing our Facebook posts. Ventura County Animal Services has been proactively providing us with updates on their services so that we can update our website. They're also sharing our information on Facebook. Leisure Village is sharing city messages on their closed circuit television channel, and they're providing printed material to the seniors in their community. And Camarillo residents and our business community, they've all been actively sharing our information on social media. So this is a citywide effort for sure. We are pushing out information to our seniors, coordinating specifically with the Camarillo Healthcare District, with our Senior Center, and PVRPD, and also Leisure Village. We're asking all of these community partners to help us get important information and resources out to our seniors. We're sharing information from the Camarillo Healthcare District and from PVRPD on our website, both on the COVID-19 page and also on the FAQ sheet that's on that page. We have been actively promoting neighbor check-ins on social media. There are grocery delivery services that are still available through Action and Ventura County Area Agency on Aging. Caregivers is another grocery delivery service that has been added recently to the queue. The best way to get in touch with them is to call 211 and schedule your delivery through 211. The Camarillo Healthcare District has a website, camhealth.com. They're sharing our page on that website. We're sharing their page on ours. This has a lot of important resources for seniors. They also have a senior support line, which is 1-800-235-9980. More resources are available on their website. We've been coordinating with Leisure Village to push information, as I said, through their closed circuit television channel, and they've also been very helpful in providing printed material to their community. And we have successfully launched our Notify Me sign-up form on the city's website. The sign-up form can be found directly on our homepage, and it's also pasted at the top of our COVID-19 webpage. We sent our very first email out yesterday to our community members who have signed up for emergency notifications, and we're also pushing that initial email out through our community partners who have their own distribution lists so they can share that information with their distribution. We had a 50% open rate, and in the last 24 hours, we've had an additional 12 people sign up. So we're working to grow this method of communication, not only for the COVID-19 messaging, but for any messaging beyond that. So in a nutshell, this has been our efforts during the past few weeks, and this concludes my presentation on the city's communications for COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Does anyone have questions for Michelle?
Not a question, but a comment.
John.
Yep. Somebody go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'll be short. Michelle, you and staff are doing an awesome job, and I really appreciate all this.
Thank you.
Susan?
Ditto. I see your presence all over Facebook. Everything you guys are putting out is just good work, and there's a real presence. So thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle, I just want to tell you thank you. You are you and staff are just doing extraordinary things. You really have gone above and beyond, and I really appreciate it. All staff, and your work has just been exemplary. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ditto.
I could have just said ditto, yeah. I could have followed Susan's lead. Okay. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Clifford, I think that brings us to item number 6, budget impacts.
Yes, that's correct, and that will be presented by Mark Uribe, our finance director.
Yes, thank you very much. I don't have a PowerPoint, so I'll just be speaking from some notes, and wanted to give you an update. Obviously, with this pandemic, everything is fast and furious as far as the health efforts, the public information efforts, the business assistance efforts, and I'm here to tell you that the budget balancing effort is just as fast as furious in this last 4 or 5 weeks. As you know, we have this preliminary budget study session next week. That is something that was added as a result of the pandemic. I'm going to be just covering on some of the things that we've done so far, and then we'll get into much more detail in probably a couple of hours on next week in a lot more detail. The intent of that meeting is to kind of let you know what we've done so far, come up with, staff will have some recommendations that we're probably going to have to recommend some reductions in service levels, and that will be a chance to get some feedback from council, and then that way we can put together a final budget for final proposed budget for the actual study session on May 20th. But just to start off with the budget, the goal is always to have a balanced budget. And there's 2 ways to look at the balanced budget. You may have heard the term operationally balanced or structurally balanced. The operationally balanced means that the operating revenues are enough to cover the operating expenditures for the first year, the year of the budget. And one of the efforts that we did do as a result of this current economic situation is we moved from a 2-year budget cycle to a single-year budget format. So operationally balanced for the first year, operating revenues are enough to cover operating expenditures. When the operating revenues can cover operating expenditures for a full 5-year period, that would be the structural balancing act, and that's what we're really striving for. So we've talked a lot about the 5-year and the outlook, and we looked at the CIP earlier. Some of those impacts are in years 2 through 5. So with that, the other challenge right now during this crisis is that things are constantly moving. The budget is a fluid document. All of the estimates are based on the best data we have at that point in time. We did some preliminary estimates, and then they'd had to be revised. And even after we do a study session and then we adopt the budget, we're still monitoring the budget throughout the year as conditions change. But even more so, it's even exacerbated during this pandemic because we're sometimes getting new information on a daily basis. So we're constantly having to move, and that target is always moving. But understanding that the discussions we have and based in this situation are trying to go with the best information we have at this time. And we've been sitting in webinars with other professionals in the economy, financial professionals, banking professionals, investing professionals. We've been having webinars with our colleagues in other county finance offices, in the city manager offices. So all of this information is coming in very rapidly over the last few weeks. But one of the things that helps our situation here in Camarillo is that Council has adopted a very strong reserve policy, and that has equated to the city of Camarillo having very strong reserves. Now, our goal to be structurally balanced is that we minimize the use of those reserves. And when I talk about structurally balanced, it means operating revenues cover operating expenditures. It does allow for some one-time uses of reserves for one-time projects. That'd still be considered an operationally balanced or structurally balanced. So all of that to kind of show what the situation we are in right now. So this recession is not a typical one. It's much more severe, much more immediate than back in 2008. So while we tried to use some of the data from 2008 in our modeling, this one is just so much different that it's really the best estimate and best information we can go off of. So a couple of the other things that we've done as a result of this crisis is, besides moving to a one-year budget format, besides adding an additional study session where we normally have one, now we've got two, we're also expanding our monthly department reviews into the next year. Currently, we distribute monthly budget expenditure reports to departments with the direction to, hey, let us know if you see anything out of balance or anything that we need to adjust for in the finance department. Now we're going to take it up a notch and have more formal meetings with departments to say, hey, okay, let's go over your budget and let's really go through and see how some of these assumptions that we're making right now, that we're going to be making the 29th through the May 20th study session, all the way through the adoption on June, how those are coming to be, how this recession that we're in is going to start to recover and at what speed. So we'll be monitoring it much more closely on a monthly basis. And also we're adding a quarterly budget review for council. Right now we only do it once a year at mid-year, and then we bring back the budget for the next year at adoption. So now we're going to be doing quarterly updates with council. To give you an idea of what we've done so far, we started off February 13th with a budget kickoff with all the departments. And the message at that time was pretty much go with status quo. We're not looking for any additional budget requests at this time because we had already had an indication of the general fund facing a deficit because of some of the projects that we talked about earlier in the CIP session. So knowing that was coming, also knowing that a recession was out there pending, that was the message. So when we got the submissions, we saw the deficit. We had to start working to reconcile that deficit, to find areas where we could cut. And a lot of it came from CIP. We talked about that a little earlier too. We shifted some projects out that helped relieve the general fund. In year one, when I say year one, that's the budget year we're talking about, next year, fiscal year 2021. But some of those reconciling fixes are sometimes pushing things out into years 2 through 5. So we still have some of that work to do. But the first pass we did with going through capital projects did help. And I'll talk much more numbers when we get to next week. But for right now, just the overview. We were able to work down that deficit by looking at CIP projects. We met with departments. We identified some areas where there might be some cost savings in their budgets, and we were able to implement some of those. So we were getting very close to kind of bringing down that budget deficit. And then first of April, we started looking at all of the impacts from this crisis, this COVID pandemic. We're starting to come clear now. We're getting information from our consultants in sales tax, getting the hotels were closing. We were starting to see now that TOT revenues were going to have an impact. So we had to adjust our revenues. In our first original pass-through, we built in a customary 2% increase, nominal increase for revenues, but now we have to take that back and even go to, in some cases, a 20% reduction. So that was a huge reduction in revenues. I'll throw a number out right now. That was almost $4 million of a reduction to general fund revenues. So right away, now we've just lost everything the quick fixes that we were able to do, and now we're back upside down by almost $4 million. So some of the other things, we still think that we've found some measures. The transit, the FTA new money, the stimulus money for transit is an area that helps by about $1.2 million because that's the amount that the general fund has to contribute to the transit operation in order to cover the matching portion, which is now with the stimulus funds covering that. So those are a couple of ideas of the work we've been doing so far to this point. We're now at the stage where we've gone back to departments and we've said, hey, we need you to look at all of your contracts, all of your large operating contracts, and let's see where we can find some reductions. And what that's going to mean, as some examples, is we're looking at things like a landscaping contract. We want to be able to explain to council, okay, this is our recommendation. Maybe we're going to recommend that we go to a bare minimum level of service, and what that means. An example of landscaping, maybe that means the grass turns brown. Or if we're operating right now at cutting the grass every other day, maybe we move it to once a week or once every 2 weeks. Those are the kinds of things that we're still in the process of working with departments to find that out so that we can present a recommendation that is bare minimum, meaning we're covering health and safety concerns only. Another area is library operations. Maybe our book collection isn't as up to date as we are accustomed to. If we look at things like permits and development, maybe it's going to take a little longer to process a permit if we start looking at having to reduce service levels. Transit operations, we mentioned this grant that we're receiving, stimulus money, is $3.7 million. As Mr. Klotzle mentioned earlier, that might get us through 2 years. At this level of a $1.2 million transfer from the general fund to the transit operation, but maybe we can consider reducing the transit operation and stretch out the use of that $3.7 million to maybe over 3 or even 4 years if we can reduce some operations. So those are the types of things that we're looking at right now and planning to try and have some recommendations and start some discussion on the 29th. I mentioned the 5-year general fund fiscal forecast, and again, the goal is the structurally balanced budgets. The goal is for long-term sustainability, and that's where we are at a point now where we're going to have to start looking at service levels very closely. So the next steps would be the meeting on the 29th, and then May 14th, as I mentioned, that a lot of this information is coming through very frequently, new information, new updates. On May 14th should be a good chunk of information coming from the governor's May revise. And we also have some, the consultants at the League Finance Office will also have some updates to our gas tax monies, our SB1 monies. Those are the types of monies that go into the capital projects that would help relieve general fund monies. And then we have the May 20th budget study session and then adoption in June. So that was just to give you an idea of what we've gone through so far to this point and what we have planned in the near term to come back. So that kind of completes my update. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Council members have questions for Mark.
I have a few, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
Hey, Mark and Sean. Question, I want to get a better idea as to what we can predict next week, or how next week is going to go during our meeting as we're looking over the budget. And this kind of rides on Kevin's questions, I think, last meeting. But are you guys going to give us different scenarios as to what you anticipate the budget shortfall to be and where it'll be coming from? Obviously, I know we're trying to hit a moving target. Now we don't really know how this is going to continue to play out, and it could take several different avenues, whether the stay-at-home order gets lifted or not, whether we continue to practice social distancing or less, whether there is a second wave of COVID, whether it takes longer than anticipated to create some sort of immunization against this.
Yes, those are all different concerns and scenarios. The plan was we'll be distributing binders to you, if not tomorrow, definitely by the end of the week, Friday, that will show all of the budget detail for the revenues, all the line items, and also the expenditures. You'll be seeing 2 years of actual data, the current year budget, the proposed current year budget, and then the proposed budget for year one. Next year, fiscal year 2021. So you'll have that much data to look at and look through before we meet on the 29th. We'll also have some summary schedules for you that show a roll-up of departments. We'll try and give you enough information to kind of identify where some of the larger costs are. We'll also provide you with a kind of a summary of the steps we've taken so far, where we started off with a big deficit to begin with, the steps we've taken to whittle it down, when we kind of hit in a chronological order. So you can see how we brought it down to a point, and then the COVID revenue reductions in our projections came into play, and then the next steps we took from that point on to kind of show you where we get to and where we still need to go. And that will be some more of the recommendations to get us to a balanced budget as much as possible by the time we come back for the study session on May 20th. I'm not sure if I answered your question totally. If there's
You did, and I kind of had a follow-up to that one. As it pertains to cuts and change that staff might be recommending, are you going to have different options, levels of cuts, severity of cuts, dependent upon other different potential scenarios?
That is the goal. I'll say we've been working with departments, trying to gather that information, trying to come up with an option and what that option means. Because as I said, if the grass is turning brown, but there's no tree limbs hanging that are going to fall on someone, that might be one example. Or maybe we take it up a step from there, but it would be based on what staff can recommend and what those dollars mean in terms of savings.
Is staff also looking at structural changes, not just what we can cut and what we can delay and push off, but how we can change the way we operate, how we can operate either more effectively, more efficiently, and how we can cut costs out of just kind of the day-to-day and what we do and or how we do it?
I think I'll answer that and say, yes, that is part of our plan. That, as we've discussed internally, has been more of the plan for the 2 to 5 year. With this first year, we want to be able to get to a point where we can at least, if not be completely balanced, have a minimal use of reserves in the general fund, but then that would allow us to get through this next year and really do a complete and thorough analysis of efficiencies, areas that we can cut, the areas that we can improve on efficiency, so that I'll use the example. If we were to say, I know some of the other cities in the county are doing furloughs. If we were to do so, and those cities, I think, that are doing furloughs, for the most part, those are seasonal programs, recreational programs, or a performing arts center that is not operating right now. We don't have any of those types of activities going on where that would be an easy area, possibly in the library, but right now that's a contracted service. So we are looking at some savings there in the current year. But we're looking at more, if we were to do something like that, if we were to make a move, and a reactionary move right now, and say, okay, let's lay off staff. Then, without looking at the levels of service, we would then end up in a situation where we could have fewer staff scrambling to try and achieve the same level of service. So we're trying to look at it from a standpoint, let's first look at what level of service council is comfortable with bringing it to, and then we can start looking at what can we do to recognize some efficiencies and some savings in order to maintain that reduced level of service.
Yeah, a very holistic, all-encompassing approach. I think that's a good one. I don't have another question, it's just a quick comment. Reoccurring operational costs, savings, year to year, if there is going to be economic fallout, which there will be, I personally think this is going to trail, not just from this fiscal year, but into the next and into the next, in which case simply delaying certain expenditures doesn't necessarily help us in the long term. Where we can find reoccurring operational cost savings will help us in the long term get through this. So.
Correct. I'll also add one point I wanted to also make is while we're looking at those possible reductions, as I mentioned in the first comments, was it is a fluid document. If we make some assumptions, like I'll give you an example right now from our sales tax consultants, they are assuming that the stores will open the end of May as an assumption. Now, if the stores don't open till the end of June, then that's a negative impact to our budget right now. But if the stores start opening in middle of May, as an example, then that assumption makes the picture look better. So we can always adjust as we go. We have the opportunity to look at the budget formally at mid-year and make some adjustments to whatever the conditions turn out to be. And I'm just going to say that some of our assumptions are going to be proven wrong. But we have the ability to adjust throughout the year as the new information comes in, as we start to recover from this recession. And because this recession is so much different than any other, the opinions from economists can go anywhere from a 2-year expectation to a 5-year, and nobody really knows. But that is the component of the budget, it being fluid and it being able to adjust as the information comes to us, is where we have that flexibility.
I agree. I think that's a proper approach. Thank you.
Other questions, Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, Mark, I know you're also going to be looking at perhaps monies available that we may not even know exist at this particular point. But there's a lot of talk, and I don't know if this latest CARES Act has any funding for states. And I know that hospitals have got an extremely amount of expenditures that they've got to try to finance now too. And I know there was some talk about perhaps some of that money might come down to some states and perhaps counties and cities as well. But I know you're going to be on that, and if anything, comes up with that, you'll certainly let us know.
Absolutely. Monitoring that at the city manager's office level, at the finance director's level. CDBG has a component that the community development department is working on. As you heard earlier, the public works department is working on the transit side of those CARES money. The second round of CARES money does not have anything as far as we've heard for local governments. But as far as that first round and any other round that happens to come through, we're monitoring it from all angles.
Other questions? Mark, I had a few. Really, probably more along the lines of some observations. These really kind of follow Sean's questions. Because you yourself described the budget document as a fluid document, right?
Yes.
And because that's the case, and because there's so much inherent uncertainty as to what's going on right now, and where we will, where we are going to end up 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, 24 months, 36 months down the road, I really, for me personally, I think it's really important to do a couple of things. I know you're focused on levels of service, and from there you go to, all right, the approach being that you outlined really was, what are levels of service that council is comfortable with, and then what do you need to do in order to get to those? But I would also suggest to you that, particularly on the expense side, you're going to make some projections on the revenue side, and sales tax, which is, as I've said the last couple of meetings, which comprises about, for those who are watching, comprises about a third of our general fund, is going to be hit extremely hard in this quarter and in the next calendar quarter. At least that's what we think. I think we need to see from you a range of projections, both on the revenue side and on the expense side, and a range of options. And I understand the approach on levels of service, and I agree with that, but I also think that you're going to need to give council some choices on where to go. Personally, just speaking for myself, I would rather be making the really difficult choices right now in terms of cuts, the really tough ones, and then depending on where we ultimately stand 3 months, 6 months, 12 months from now, be able to restore those. So what I'm hoping that we'll see on the 29th will be some ranges, and not just one specific recommendation on a certain amount, but some ranges and some options, because I think we need that from a flexibility standpoint. I appreciate how you have answered, I think, Sean's question. I think it was really, Sean's question was more focused on structural changes, how we operate. But my question was going to be far more direct, and that is, is staff also looking, because we are anticipating a to some extent, and I don't want to characterize with an adjective, but service level reductions. At the same time, are we looking at decreased service levels? Are we also looking at personnel or employee reductions, either in the way of furloughs or layoffs? And I think that has to be on the table, and I think you have to have that hard, tough discussion as a part of the levels of service analysis, that the approach that you want to go through. So those are a couple things that I would commend to you that I'm hoping that we see on the 29th from staff. So those are my comments.
Okay.
Any other? And we know you've been working extremely hard on all this, so we appreciate it. Any other comments from council members?
I just want to say I think Mark's doing a great job.
Thank you.
We know you've been working very hard, Mark. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to chime in too. I know Mark and his whole staff, all the city employees for that matter, really stepped up their game in this. And I know we've got a lot of, discussion, a lot of choices that we're going to have to make here. But I'm confident that we're going to have as much, consistent data that we can expect in these times. So.
Thank you. And by the way, you can't see her, but Raina Bassett, our budget analyst, is sitting right here, ready to help me. She's been working her 980 off days and weekends and doing what she can to assist, and doing a great job, her and Bobby Dame. And you'll see them on the 29th and on the study session, and they're a big part of this effort, as all the departments have been working well with us as a coordinated effort to try and balance this budget.
Thank you, and thank you to them as well. All right. Thanks, Mark. I think that concludes this particular section on 14B. And then, Mr. Clifford, I think we have another section marked other urgent issues.
That's correct, and I'll just speak to that one. I'll just mention a couple of things. The first one that I'll mention actually relates to the Ventura County Health Officer order. We had a new one on the 18th, updated again on the 20th. Even though it caused a little bit of confusion, we saw some easing of the restrictions, most of them related to outdoor recreation, including things such as golf. And as usual, whenever we see a change, it has ramifications, and it causes, in some cases, causes additional issues. In this particular case, it was noted that even though golf was now permitted, that Camarillo Springs golf course, in fact, did not open. And so we've been looking into that, and Joe Vaca, the Director of Community Development, sent a letter to New Urban West Incorporated stating that the Camarillo Springs golf course was noticed by us not to be open, even though it could, and indicated to them, based upon the commitment in the referral request, to allow the existing golf course to continue operations while New Urban West completes additional studies associated with the current proposed plan, that the city expects that the golf course will be reopened and maintained in a playable condition. So that's just one example of, as we see the orders changing, that we have other actions that we need to take, and we will continue to do that.
Ollie?
Yes.
I might interject, too, that it's my understanding that letter is written, has already been sent, and that a response has been requested on or before the 27th of this month.
That's correct.
It's a very tight timeline with an expectation that it would, we would want to know. I think May 1 was the date that we would need to know. Actually, let me be more clear. I think we asked for a response by April 27 on whether they're going to be reopening. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
So that's just one example of an item that comes out of a changing order from Ventura County Health Officer. We continue to track that. And the other item I wanted to mention was just the tremendous amount of work that staff is doing. Staff is responding in all areas areas to numerous issues, because we're as interested as anybody else in making sure that Camarillo survives this, both the city and the citizens. We want to make sure that we're responsive to everybody's needs, that we get businesses open, and we would like to see as many people working as quickly as possibly can be done safely without furthering the pandemic. So we're working hard at that, and I'm very proud of the work that is being done. Those are all the issues I was going to raise this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Clifford. And just to clarify my last comment, yeah, my understanding is that letter for New Urban West asked for a written response by April 27, confirming that the golf course will be reopened by May 1 and operated in a manner consistent with the order. So that is in the letter from the city to New Urban West relative to Camarillo Springs Golf Course.
Could a copy of that letter be sent to all the council members?
Yes.
Thanks.
It's already in our email.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clifford. So what we have left is we have a couple of closed session items left, which we can deal with in a little bit. But we have new business and oral communications for city manager, city attorney, and city council. And I would expect that we have a number of communications for council on COVID-19. What I think we should do is just go ahead and just take all of the oral communications right now with city manager, followed by city attorney, and then by all of us. And we may have some COVID-19 and some non-COVID-19 items. Does that sound okay to everybody? And then we'll do the closed session. All right. Then on item 12A, any oral communications, additional communications from Mr. Clifford?
Nothing further at this time.
Okay, thank you. Under 12B, or 13B, excuse me, Mr. Pierik, any communications?
No, I have no further comments tonight.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to City Council. Who would like to start us off?
I'll start off if you'd like.
Thanks. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, we've had a business in Camarillo for over 60 years. I have had calls from the business community with businesses that in my wildest imagination, I never thought that they'd be in financial hardship, and they are. And this is the most difficult time, I think, in business in our community that I'd ever seen. And businesses need help. They need sales. You cannot have a business without revenues coming in. It doesn't work that way. The equation just doesn't work. Whatever you sell, whatever product that you supply, whatever you do, there is a ripple effect. It's a trickle down. And several restaurants have called me and said, yes, it's great, I've got a drive-through, and it's great that people can order online, but I'm barely making enough money just to pay my cook and my manager. And that's where we are. That's where we are. And I think anything we can do to try to help the local business people and the local economy is a good thing. Several people did get stimulus checks. If there's any way that they can spend it locally, would be a really good thing. They can spend it any way they want to, but any way that you can help the local economy, I think is good. And a lot of businesses, even before this, were barely hanging on. That's the reality. And then you have something like this, it really affects them. I've read, and we've all read about the small newspapers, for instance, that have closed. And once a small newspaper closed, they never open up again. That's the bottom line of all this. So Camarillo is kind of made up still with a lot of very small businesses here, and we need to try to support them best we can here, all of them. You know, there's this delicate dance that we're all trying to do. We don't want to have this pandemic come back again. The famous words of General George S. Patton is that I don't want to pay for real estate twice. We don't want to have to go through something like this again, if at all possible. And I get that's where we don't want to open it up too soon. We want to have as much data as we can. But I got to tell you something. Businesses can't wait too much longer with this. I can't impress upon that enough. So if there's any way that they can open up safely here, anybody has any ideas on this, that would be a really good thing. I don't mean to go on and on about this because it's in the essence of time, but we are at critical mass right now. And as far as the unemployment goes, I don't know anybody that can live in Camarillo on $163 a week very long. Fortunately, they've got the $400 or $600 that'll be coming with them for 3 months, but as we all know, 3 months goes by in a hurry. So I guess my message is right now that if there's anybody that can help the local business community any way you can, it's a good thing. Food banks as well. United States of America, to see how many people that are waiting in for food. I never thought I'd see that in this country, but they are. But the local food banks really need help as well. So those that are in a position to help out, if they could, would be a great thing. I have a lot of confidence in our staff at City Hall. They're doing a great job with this. The business community really wants to stay here. They want to thrive. They want to support the residents here. They like it here. Anything we can do to make that happen. Public safety is number one. Health of our community is number one. I get all that, and I support that. But if there's any way that we could take a hard look at this within a lot of safety measures and get as many businesses open in a reasonable amount of time, I think that would be good. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Kildee. Who'd like to go next?
I will. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Sharon.
All right, I'm going to do a quick meeting as I attended, and I'll leave my comments short. Where am I? Thursday, April 16th, I attended albeit via Zoom, the Economic Development Collaborative and Pierik County Board meeting. Talked about a lot. Threw out a lot of numbers. I wrote just a few of them down. They're working on a dashboard. They may already have it up on their website as to all the different businesses they're assisting and helping. George said earlier that they're receiving about 180 calls a day. They're overwhelmed with the amount of assistance that's being requested of them. Business owners who are trying to navigate the PPP or just utterly, at this point, just upset and beside themselves the fact that they couldn't even apply. They're just trying to navigate the process of applying for PPE and working with the banks who are unprepared and who are just trying to figure it out themselves because there was not a lot of direction or some direction was given by the feds literally the night before the program was to start. It was mentioned that Ventura County has a workforce of 420,000 civilians. The EDD published some information, gave it to the EDC as of April 5th. It's April 5th. Mind you, we're at the 22nd now. But of the 420,000 workforce jobs that we have, 50,000 people have submitted unemployment applications as of April 5th in Ventura County, with obviously a lot more anticipated. Obviously, retail, arts, entertainment, food, accommodations are being hit the hardest. I think we all know that. The EDC has secured an additional line of credit of $500,000 from Pacific Western Bank for capitalizing a disaster recovery loan fund. It's not a lot of money in the whole scheme of things, but every little bit helps, and I really applaud them and the work that they're doing, along with everyone else, along with our city staff, George, along with the library, the Russell Fisher Business Collection. Like what Kevin said, whatever we can do for our businesses. I'm lucky in that my line of work, we fall under the essentials, so we're able to stay open, even though we've taken a hit. We've taken a pretty significant hit, and we're just trying to get through it. But for the people who have closed, because they've been mandated to close, I feel for them. It's incredibly hard, and I'm in contact with them on an almost daily basis. People are contacting me and saying, is there any way we can appeal to the county? I gotta get something in through the door. On that point, I've had, I brought this up privately, but I'll bring it up here too. I've had ladies contact me. They're part of sewing guilds, and they said, we're running out of fabric, and we'd really like to get access to the fabric stores, but they're not essential. And so we can't walk into the fabric store and get it. I mean, there are other avenues. They like to go to their fabric store and get the fabric so they can make masks. I've had dog groomers contact me and say, one in particular, say, I literally opened up my business the week before this order went into effect. They signed their lease. They were open 1 week, and they were required to close. And now they invested everything building up that location, and they've had a week's worth of sales come through the door, and now they have all this debt, and they have no way of paying it for it. And so there's two examples. There's a lot of people hurting. Kevin, I'm not going to read you. I think you said it really well, really eloquently. So I'm not going to talk too much more about that. But other than there are a lot of people hurting, and it's hard. You got to be mindful between. It's a balancing act, and it's how do we reopen the economy while still trying to maintain the public health. And we have to acknowledge that the whole purpose of this was to flatten the curve. I think we're seeing that, and to that end, without vaccination or some sort of immunization against this, we're all destined to probably contract this, or at least they said about 80% of the population is probably likely to contract this if they haven't already. And so to that end, I don't want to sound, it's going to come off bad, but we're going to have to cautiously reopen this thing. We're going to have to take our risks. The most important thing is that we don't overwhelm our healthcare system. So to the extent in which we have capacity, and I know it's not just us, but it's all the communities that surround us, other counties in the state, to the extent we have capacity in our healthcare system and they're not being overwhelmed, we probably need to start opening things back up. And yes, there's going to be this kind of ebb and flow to the numbers as people do contract this and whatnot. And we have to be masters of the social distancing. And that's going to have to stay in place. We're going to have to continue with that. And none of this works if we open back up and don't practice social distancing or relax that. Then we really shoot ourselves in the foot. But there's a lot of pain out there. There's a lot of pain. You know, for a lot of people, the bill hasn't even come due yet. So I'll move on to the last. April 20th, I had a special city council meeting with all of you. And today before the city council meeting, both Vice Mayor and I had attended the investment and finance committee meetings. Most of those, because of the delay, most of that was February, March, and so we didn't really get into the depths of our current financial picture. But we're all going to get an idea of that come next week. So look forward to facing that, and unfortunately, we're going to have to make some hard decisions, but necessary decisions. Aside from that, I don't have anything else.
Thanks, Sean. Who'd like to go next?
Well,
Charlotte?
yeah, my comments run the gamut, but I did attend the special council meeting on the 21st, I think it was. Well, the special council meeting. I have a Wall Street Journal article I'm going to ask the city clerk to pass around in council mail. It's on CalPERS and how their planned investments that the board had taken great care to plan out were changed without notifying the board. It's an interesting article. And since we're involved with CalPERS, I thought I would pass it along. I was going to bring up about the Cam Springs golf course and the poor condition it's in. It's a real eyesore, but I think staff is already working on that. My husband and I take walks, and we often walk through shopping centers as part of our walks. There are 3 shopping centers we can hit. And as I walk, I notice how many businesses are closed. And I look at some of those businesses and I think they're just never going to reopen. I think we have more, he said, 2% are closed permanently. I think when it's time to reopen and as they start reopening, it'll be a lot more than 2% or 13% at the current time. I get really depressed on those walks when we go to shopping centers. I feel a lot better in the neighborhood or the neighborhoods we go in. But I've had several people talk to me about one type of business, and I'm not understanding this. It's a business that is under the California Financial Code that handles banking and credit unions, escrow agents. It allows payday loan people to go on, but it doesn't allow pawnbrokers. Pawnbrokers are one way that people can take something they have and not really go into debt. There might be interest on it if they go to pick it up, but they can take it, and yet they are specifically named in the county order that pawnbrokers are not to be open, and maybe they were looking at them as something that sells stuff, but there's the other side of the picture. And I've had several people talk to me and say, we could take their stuff in and we could get a loan on it or we could sell it to him, but we can't because he's closed. So I don't know why that is. Maybe somebody can find out and tell me. And then the final thing I have today is in today's paper, there's an obituary for Betty Peckham. Betty Peckham was part of the ESL tutors at Camarillo Library. She also was at Moore Park Library. And I would like to ask that we close in her memory. And that's all I have.
Certainly. Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay, for meetings attended on April 15th and this morning, I was on the County Office of Emergency Services conference call. April 20th, our special meeting, and then earlier today with Mr. Moshe, Finance and Investment. So I wanted to give, my cat's talking to me, sorry. I am as worried as all of you and as sad and as troubled by what's happening economically. I've lived here long enough that I have dear friends whose businesses are shut down and are worried, who have tried to apply for the loan/grants through PPP, and they weren't important enough for their banks or well-known enough, or whatever the reason, couldn't get any funding. So I'm hoping the next round helps. But I'm also very much involved in the nursing community and the medical community, and I'm seeing that from the inside, what's happening to people who are still in the middle of this, like in New York. And no, this is not New York. But it's, while it's not happening here in front of our eyes, it's because we've been so good at the social distancing, because we've done such a good job, because we have such a strong public health department. And there are a lot of places that are not so lucky. I also know that most of the people who I know that know something about public health and infectious disease don't think we're anywhere near being able to relax our guidelines, not without the testing that we don't have still, and the tracing, and all of those things that need to go hand in hand in order to safely open with the virus that is still here. Yet, Dr. Levin is still loosening our restrictions. And the reason I'm talking about that is just to say that I think he is actually really trying to open things up as slowly and as cautiously as possible. Because I know that there are a lot of people in his shoes that probably wouldn't do it. So I think he is really trying to open us up as much as we can. That's my probably personal opinion. It's really hard. The grass is always greener, right? I have, most of the people I know are stuck at home and going crazy at home and homeschooling their young kids, and I am busy at work and with this, and it's a lot of pressure. I've got 40 kids at Casa Pacifica that I'm trying to make sure don't get sick. I have staff that if they get sick may have to take care of them, and they're not healthcare professionals, and they're scared to death. So the grass is always greener. The people at home want to be working. I would love a week off because it's just a lot of pressure. It's a lot of work, and a lot of, things changing all the time. The joke is, how many times do we have to rewrite the policy? Because with every order that comes out, with every CDC recommendation that comes out, things are changing. Anyway, I wanted to mention a couple things. And this is probably a downer thing too, but April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. And because we don't have our kids in school, and because we're all kind of stuck in our homes, we've lost one of our biggest group of mandated reporters. So I'm just asking anybody who is out there listening to please keep your eyes and ears open. Please check on your friends and your families. If you're worried about somebody, go be a pain in the butt and make sure things are okay. Because without kids going to school every day, there's nobody really looking over them every day and being able to report on anything suspicious. It's really hard to be stuck at home, and the longer it goes on, it's a lot of pressure. And just my usual, if you're struggling for any reason, please, 211, call 211, ask for help. There is help. And so now on the plus side, the silver lining, I want to recognize two groups that have just done some really amazing things. The official team Corona Busters of Camarillo. I don't know exactly when they started, probably about 3 weeks ago, but they started sewing masks. And there were 4 women in Camarillo, Donna Stone Fuller, Gwen Bononi, Rayanne Clayton, and Kelly Christine. They have been organizing this group. There are a number of women that are sewing, and they have different designs. I asked them for special ones for Casa Pacifica kids, and they were able to do it with the elastic without the straps. So as of yesterday, they had made over 670 masks, and they're probably up over close to 700 or 800 by now. But those masks have gone to Pleasant Valley, Los Robles, Kaiser, Casa Pacifica, Livingston nurses, individual nurses around town, a lot of grocery store workers, veterinarians, the American Cancer Society. So hats off to people that are trying to help in any way they can. And then Sarah Reeves started a group yesterday called the Ventura County Class of 2020 Adopt a Grad. It started on Facebook. It started with the idea of post a picture of your senior that's graduating high school, and somebody would come through and adopt them and do nice things for them over the next couple of weeks or months. I just checked. That group that started yesterday is now up to 2,683 members, and there have been something like 600 seniors that have been adopted by somebody in the community and are getting treated a little bit more special because they won't be able to graduate or, have a graduation ceremony. They're missing out on prom. They're missing out on grad night. All those, my son missed out on his baseball season. So I just hats off to these people in our community that are trying to make the best of things and doing good things for each other. And so I just wanted to recognize them. There's a lot to be scared and depressed and down about right now, but there's also a lot of things that we should be grateful for. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Susan.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Sean.
Let me just interject. I feel like our council sessions have sometimes become therapy sessions. That feels good.
It's hard to follow that one, but I'm going to try. Insofar as meetings are concerned, on April 10th, I had a Metrolink committee for operations and contracts meeting. On April 20, on Monday night, we all had a special meeting. And on April 22, today I had two meetings before I came here. One, I participated in the Ventura County elected officials call this morning, and some of you may have participated in that call, I'm not sure. But I wanted to highlight a couple of things. Mike Powers made very clear that Ventura County's orders, you know how all of us have received so much mail, so much email, and actually on both sides of the issue in terms of reopening versus, don't go back too fast, et cetera, and it's a very difficult balancing act. But I think a lot of folks don't realize what the city's role in all of this is, and in essence, pragmatically, we follow the lead of our public health officer and also subject to the orders of the governor. And Mike Powers went into some length to explain that Ventura County's orders can be different but not less restrictive than the governor's orders, which I think is absolutely accurate. And he spoke at some length about trying to find the right balance, that from a public health standpoint, the COVID-19 numbers, and this is a quote from today, are good. The curve is flattening. The hospital capacity is good. So their focus is on very gradually and incrementally get on the road to reopening if the numbers stay good. And that's, of course, what we all hope to see. Dr. Levin, who I think is very thoughtful, is trying to do a good job. He described this pandemic and what has been going on, and I thought in a very interesting way. He said that the overall trend now, the overall trend in our nation is to return to return to the containment stage. And he said, but one point it got so big that, and the numbers got so bad that we had to go to a mitigation phase. So now the curve is flattening on that, and now we're going back to what he characterized as a quote-unquote super containment phase. One focal point for them, and I think Susan alluded to this earlier, and maybe Sean did too, but is the increase and the focus on testing. And that I know, and maybe it was Charlotte, you mentioned it, that is what is a real focus of the county in terms of increasing the testing considerably, particularly for identification and isolation of folks who have the virus, as well as on the immunity side and talking about the herd immunity, et cetera. So I also today had a Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency meeting. I have very large shoes to fill because I'm now sitting in a seat previously occupied for 21 years, I believe, by Charlotte, and it truly is big shoes to fill. Some additional things on reflection. I don't know about all of you, but I really haven't been driving much lately, and I have not been driving on city business to a very, very large extent. I do think that on April 29th, we as a council ought to think about what we can do to contribute toward, from an economic standpoint, toward what we can sacrifice. It seems to me that our motor vehicle allowance, we receive $200 per month as a motor vehicle allowance. I certainly haven't been driving my car to deserve that amount. What I would like us to consider is foregoing that amount during the months that the emergency orders are in effect, while we're really not able to get anywhere, and basically march forward until the orders are lifted. And maybe it's that we sacrifice that on the back end once the orders are lifted. But however we would do it economically, if it means going without that motor vehicle allowance for 4 or 5 months, I think we should do that. I also think that I think we should consider, depending on where all of our budget cuts go, I think we should consider going one step further and taking a small cut in the monthly stipend that we receive as council members. And I'm going to just lay that out there and just ask you to think about that, particularly if we end up in a situation where we either have furloughs or layoffs of our employees. Some additional things that I wanted to chat about. I don't know about you. I'm sure all of you are getting calls from seniors, and there were 2 examples in this last 3 or 4 days that I thought really stood out. One is, and from those seniors in particular who are homebound and isolated, there are isolation and emotional issues. There are nutrition and food issues. I would just say, please, please look out for your neighbors, especially those seniors who are homebound. But 2 examples that really hit me the last couple of days were I became aware of a senior who is homebound, who is also on CalFresh in the former food stamp program. And they use a CalFresh debit card. And those amounts, as you know, increase on the debit card, but because they're homebound, they can't go to the store. And so there's no way for them to utilize it online and no way to go to the store. So what do they do for food? Well, there's at least two potential solutions there. One is to continue to call VCAAA and get the 14-day food box that VCAAA has been using. And also, Camarillo Healthcare District does, in fact, is expanding its home-delivered meal program, which is the 5 meals per week. It's not an income-based test. A debit card is not charged, but those are 2 potential solutions for folks who are in that situation. I also became aware of a senior who said, they could not they can't go out to stores because under Section 5 of the existing order, it's very, very restrictive. and there are a lot of folks who are staying at home for very good reason. And they shared with me that they can't get paper goods because they can't go to the store and they can't get them online. So what do they do? And of course, the first option is family, friends, and neighbors. But I've also said to people that they can call Action, the Action Group, and I believe that they, and if any of you know differently, please tell me, but to call the Action Network, 805-987-0300, and also the volunteer caregivers for the elderly at 805-658-8530. And by the way, again, Camarillo Healthcare District has a senior support line at 800-235-9980. So I wanted to indicate that. Finally, two other things. First of all, some shout-outs. Three particularly I became aware of this week. One is Slate Restaurant, who is doing free delivery of food to residents in Leisure Village. And the Leisure Village residents are so incredibly appreciative of Vince Fillard and what Slate is doing. I wanted to give a shout-out to him and to that restaurant. Number two, I think we all got an email on something called Check Ride Prep out of Camarillo Airport. It's a flight school, and they have been doing free online courses for students and trying to fill some of that gap. And I thought that was great. And finally, I think we all got an email today on the Carmen Plaza Car Wash on Daily Drive and how impressed people are with how well they're handling things. So I wanted to be sure to do a shout-out there. And then finally, before we go to closed session, Mrs. Craven, we certainly will adjourn in memory of I believe it's Betty Peckham. Yeah. And I also wanted to adjourn in memory, if you're all okay with this, of my former partner and colleague, William Hare, Bill Hare, who was a giant of the Ventura County legal community. He was a professional and personal mentor for me for many years, met me when I was first a postgraduate fellow back in the California legislature in the late 1970s, and it pains me to say how long ago that was. But Bill immeasurably contributed to the quality of life here in Ventura County, and particularly in water resources and in community service with a whole, I won't even go into it at length, but he contributed in shaping the quality of our life in the community. He received the Ben Norbin Public Service Award in 2001 for all the things that he did, and he received a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Association of Water Agencies back last June, which I was privileged to give to him. So he's the kind of person whose contributions apply not just, he's not from Camarillo per se, but he certainly impacted and improved the quality of life for folks in Camarillo as well as for the rest of the county. So I'd like to adjourn in his memory as well, if there's no objection. So that would mean we'd adjourn in memory both of Ms. Peckham and Mr. Hare, and well-deservedly. Okay, I think that gets us to, and we have that's just great. We already have it online. Thank you, Jeffrey. That's really cool. I think we have 2 items left. We did 2 of the closed session items, and I think we still have 2 items left to go. Item 12B and 12C on the closed session agenda. I believe we've done items 12A and the special closed session, or the meeting on the closed session meeting from the special council agenda. My understanding is that I think what we have to do is, and Mr. Clifford, let me ask you this question. I think we have to, and Jeffrey, we have to leave this meeting and then sign back into our closed session meeting, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we will stand, we will go into closed session. I think is there any items that we missed, that I missed on the open session? I don't think so. Anybody have any items we missed?
No,
okay.
We have like 3 minutes.
Absolutely. So why don't we convene back in closed session in about 3 minutes. And Jeffrey, thank you very much for putting that up on the board. All right. Thank you. We'll see you in closed session in 3 minutes.
Pretty good.
Tired.